So, no. We're going to ask Mukunda Datta Prabhu. Please, Mukunda Datta Prabhu. Who? Lokanath Swami. Okay. Mukunda Datta Prabhu. Lokanath Swami will lead some other kirtan. Go ahead. Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Shri Guru Charana Padama Kevala Bhakti Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padama Kevala Bhakti Sadma Bandhu mui savadhano mate Bandhu mui savadhano mate Jahar prasade bhai e bhavatariya jai Jahar prasade bhai e bhavatariya jai Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoite Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoite Guru mukha padma vakya chitete kariyaikya
Guru Mukham Padma Vakya Chitete Karyaikya Arana Kari Homane Asha Arana Kari Homane Asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Eishe Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Eishe Uttama Gati Jai Prasade Pure Sarvam Asha Jai Prasade Pure Sarvam Asha Chakhudan dilo je janme janme Prabhu she Chakhudan dilo je janme janme Prabhu she Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashita Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashita Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Avidya Vinash Jate Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Avidya Vinash Jate Vede Gai Jahar Jarita Vede Gai Jahar Charita Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Hey Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Lokanath loker jivana Lokanath lokera divana आहा प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया आहा प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया एबे जा सुख सुख त्रिभुवना एबे जा सुख सुख त्रिभुवना आहा प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया 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 जय प्रभुपादा 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 जय प्रभुपादा जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपादा प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा 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 जय प्रभुपादा जय जय गुरुदेव 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 नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद जय जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Prabhupada. Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Go Premanande. Jaya Vishnupad Paramahamsa Vrigacharya Ashtotra Shata Shri Srimad Srila Vaichananand Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Nama Acharya Srila Thakur Haridas ki jai. Prem se kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyam Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki jai. Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Navadvip Mayapur Dham ki jai. Ganga Devi ki jai. Omanamayi ki jai. Bhakti Devi ki jai. Tulasi Rani ki jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Harinama Sankirtana ki jai. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. ISKCON founder Acharya His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Go Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada's Tirobhav Mahotsava ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jagat Gurudev Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Go Premanand.
Hare Krishna, my dear devotees, please leave this space available. Please move at the back. We'll be requesting His Holiness Lokanath Swami to lead the Yeanilo Premadana song. Please settle down. Please settle down. No more flowers offering. Hare Krishna, Matajis. Hare Krishna. Please refrain now from the flowers offerings. Hare Krishna. Please proceed at the back now. Haribol, please stop now. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. On behalf of Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir, would like to welcome you all for the 48th anniversary disappearance day of Srila Prabhupada. And before we commence the whole program for today, we have our MC here, His Grace Sutakirti Prabhu. But would like to mention a special thank of appreciation, gratitude to Madhuben, Bandan Kumar, Gujiwala from Surat. They are dear disciples of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Their initiated name, Vrindavan Das Prabhu and Madhapriya Devidasi.
Haribol.
We had before our Krishna hall, Hare Krishna. We had before our Krishna hall at our main Krishna Balaram campus compound. They donated that structure for the benefit of everyone, for prasadam and anything else. And now we're constructing the KBCC, Krishna Balaram Cultural Center. And this Krishna Hall also, they donated 1.25 crores. A big haribol for him. And he also donated that deity department kitchen, which is just on the side of our temple. So this is for you. Thank you very much.
हरे कृष्णा. सो वृंदावन प्रभु जो सूरत से हैं, इन्होंने
Please come.
1,25,00,000 रुपया कृष्ण हॉल के निर्माण हेतु दान करने का संकल्प किया है आज. सो उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. ये परम पूज्य गोपाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी महाराज जी के शिष्य हैं और सूरत मंदिर का नेतृत्व कई साल तक किया इन्होंने. सो हम आभारी हैं इनके. एक बार हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र बोलेंगे सब लोग. हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे.
And we have another devotee here. Please come forward. Thank you.
for him also.
Would like to thank also Narahari Karuna Prabhu for donating 1 crore rupees for the Krishna Hall.
तो नरहरि करुणा प्रभु परम पूज्य गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज जी के शिष्य हैं और ये भी कई सालों से संस्था से जुड़े हैं और पूरा जो प्रसाद का आयोजन चलता है गौर भगवान के साथ सेवा करते हैं परिवार के साथ. तो ये भी चाहते हैं इतना अच्छे से चल रहा है तो कुछ भगवान की सेवा में दें. तो इज कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटिंग 1 crore. लेट अस चैंट हरे कृष्णा महामंत्र फॉर हिम. हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय.
We pray for them and their family members to live a long and healthy life to continue serve Sri Krishna Balaram. Hare Krishna.
Sing from there or here?
Maharaj, maybe you can sing from here.
It will take time to set up.
Well, where is the setup? Better here, Maharaj, so that otherwise, please move on the side. Yeah.
हमको नहीं चाहिए, वहाँ पे चाहिए वो महाराज।
हरि हरि। श्रील प्रभुपाद तिरुभाव तिथि महोत्सव की जय। अनिल प्रेम धन करुणा प्रचुर हे न प्रभु कोथा गेला आचार्य ठाकुर हे न प्रभु कोथा गेला प्रभुपाद ठाकुर कहा मोर स्वरूप रूप कहा सनातन कहा मोर स्वरूप रूप कहा सनातन कहा दास रघु नाथ पतित पावन कहा दास रघु नाथ पतित पावन कहा मोरा भट्ट युग कहा कबीराज भट्ट युग कहा कवि कहा मोरा भट्ट युग कहा कबीराज कहा एक काले को था गेला गोरा नटरा एक काले को था गेला गोरा नटरा पाशाने कुटीबो माथा अनले पशिबो पाशाने कुटीबो माथा अनले पशिबो गौरांग गुणेर निधि कोथ गेले पाबो गौरांग गुणेर निधि कोथ गेले पाबो से सब संगीरा संगे जे कैला विलास संगे जे कैला से सब संगीरा संगे जे कैला विलास जे कैला से संग न पाइया कांदे नरोत्तम दास से संग न पाइया कांदे नरोत्तम दास जय अनिलो प्रेम धन करुणा प्रचुर जय अनिलो प्रेम धन करुणा प्रचुर हे न प्रभु को था गेला प्रभुपाद ठाकुर प्रभुपाद हे न प्रभु को था गेला प्रभुपाद ठाकुर जय प्रभुपादा 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 श्रील प्रभुपादा
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada Tirobhav Mahotsava ke. I would like to read the translation of this song, this prayer. He who brought the treasure of divine love and who was filled with compassion and mercy, where has such a personality as Srinivasa Acharya gone? Where has such a personality like Srila Prabhupada has gone? Where are my Swarup Damodar and Rupa Goswami? Where is Sanatan? Where is Raghunath Das, the savior of the fallen? Where are my Raghunath Bhatt and Gopal Bhatt? And where is Krishnadas Kaviraj? Where did Lord Gauranga, the great dancer, suddenly go? I will smash my head against a rock and enter into the fire. Where will I find Lord Gauranga, the reservoir of all wonderful qualities? Being unable to obtain the association of Lord Gauranga, accompanied by all these devotees in whose association he performed his pastimes, Narottam Das simply weeps. Gaur Premanande.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj. Now, the next program is that we're going to hear from Srila Prabhupada. He'll be giving a lecture and towards our attention on that big screen.
Jai Radha Madhava Punya Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Punya Bihari Jashodanandana Pradajana Ranjana Jashodanandana Pradajana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Banachari Yamuna Tiro राधा कृष्ण को गोपना शाम कुंड राधा कुंड की जय, वृंदावन धाम की जय, नवदीप धाम की जय, गंगा माई की जय, जमुना माई की जय, द्वारका धाम की जय, स्वामी तो भक्तवृंद की जय। ऑल ग्लोरी टू द ऑल ग्लोरी टू द थैंक यू वेरी मच। So, gradually, the author is offering respect. Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita. He has already offered respect to Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda. Now it is the turn for Sri Advaita Acharya. So Advaitam, not different, expansion of Mahavishnu. Therefore, he is Vishnu Tattva, he is not Jiva Tattva. Therefore, he is Advaita. Advaita Achyuta Anadi Ananta Rupam. Krishna has got unlimited number of expansions, expansion of the expansion, then expansion of the expansion in this way. So, Advaita Acharya is expansion of Krishna. Therefore he is called Advaita. And Acharyam Bhakti Sansana. This is the business of Acharya, to spread bhakti cult. Acharyam mang vijanya navamanneta karichi. It is said by the Lord that you should accept the Acharya. Acharya means one who transmits bhakti cult, bhakti sansana, spreading, Goshthanandi. One who is not spreading, he is cultivating Krishna consciousness for his personal benefit in a secluded place, sitting and chanting. That is also nice. But he is not Acharya. Acharya means he must spread. Goshthanandi. Bhajananandi, Goshthanandi. So generally, Goshthanandi means one who wants to increase the number of devotees. He is called Goshthanandi. And one who is self-satisfied, let me do my own duty, he is called Bhajananand. So my Guru Maharaj, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he was Goshthanandi. He wanted to increase the number of devotees. And the more you increase the number of devotees, the more you become very much recognized by Krishna. But it is Krishna's business. Krishna personally comes as he is, Krishna, to spread this bhakti cult, manmana bhava mad bhakta, majjari mang namaskuru, sarvadharman parityajya, mamikang saranang braja. He is canvassing personally, paritranaya sadhuna, vinashaya chaduskitam, dharma samsthapanarthaya, sambhavami juge juge. So, same thing entrusted to another devotee and who spreads his achar. So Krishna says, the acharya, here it is said that Advaita, Harina Advaita. So, of course, Advaita Acharya is expansion of Vishnu Tattva, but any Acharya, he is to be considered identical with the Lord. The Lord says that Acharyang mang vijanyat, one should understand the Acharya. Acharya bhakti sangsana. Acharya means who is spreading pure bhakti card. That Acharya, Krishna says, you should consider such Acharya as myself. Acharya mang bijanya, navamanneta karichi. That you cannot consider, yes, he is Acharya, but not as good as Krishna. No. Na avamanneta. Don't deride in that way, then they will fall down. Acharya mang bijanya, na avamanneta karechi. And in the Vedas also it is said, Jasya devi para bhakti, jatha devi tatha guru. Anyone who has got unflinching faith in the Supreme Personality and the similar faith in Guru, Jasya devi para bhakti, jatha devi tatha guru. Tasya eti katita jartya. All the Vedic literature prakashanti, becomes revealed simply by these two principles. Guru Krishna kripaya paya bhakti lata bij. You should not jump over Krishna without the help of Guru. That is not possible. You must go through, because Krishna says, Acharyang mang vija, tasmad gurum prapaddeta, jigyasu sreyuttamam. Actually, one who is serious to understand higher transcendental subject matter, he must approach Guru. Tasmad gurum prapaddeta. These are Vedic injunctions. Chakkudani dila jai janme janme pitas. Anyone who opens, Guru means who opens the eyes of the ignorant person. Ajnana timidandhasya jnananjana salaka. Opening the eyes by giving real knowledge. Guru Krishna kripaya paya bhakti lata bij. So bhakti lata, the devotional service, the seed of devotional service, can be received by the parampara system through bona fide spiritual master. And if we abide by the orders of spiritual master faithfully, then Krishna becomes pleased. That is stated by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Jasya prasadat bhagavat prasad. Arna Korea Manias. Nothing else. All the acharyas, they'd say like that. Acharya mang vijanya. Acharyavan purusha veda. One who has accepted acharya, he knows things as they are. Others they do not know. It is not possible. So, Advaita Acharya is the typical example how to become Acharya. All are our Acharyas, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura. All of them are Acharyas because they are following the Acharya, Supreme Acharya, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore they are Acharya. Evam parampara praptam imang raja sayu. So we have to follow the Acharya. Then when we are completely 100% follower of Acharya, then you can also act as Acharya. This is the process. Don't become premature Acharya. First of all, follow the orders of Acharya and you become mature, then it is better to become Acharya because we are interested in preparing Acharya. But the etiquette is, at least for the period the Guru is present, one should not become Acharya. Even if he is complete, he should know. Because the etiquette is, if somebody comes for becoming initiated, it is the duty of such person to bring that prospective candidate to his acharya. Not that now people are coming to me, I can become acharya. That is avamanya. Na avamanyeta karichi. Don't transgress this etiquette. Na avamanyeta. That will fall down. Just like during the lifetime of our Guru Maharaj, all our God brothers now who are acting as Acharya, they did not do so. That is not etiquette. Acharya, mang vijanya, na avon, that is insult. So if you insult your Acharya, then you are finished. Jasya prasadat bhagavat prasada, jasya aprasadat nagati. Finished. If you displease your Acharya, then you are finished. Therefore, it is said, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says to all the Acharyas, Nityananda Prabhu, Advaita Prabhu, and Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda, they are all carriers of orders of Sri Chaitanya. So, try to follow the path of Acharya process, then life will be successful. And to become Acharya is not very difficult. First of all, to become very faithful servant of your Acharya, follow strictly what he says, try to please him, and spread Krishna consciousness. That's all. It is not at all difficult. Try to follow the instruction of your Guru Maharaj and spread Krishna consciousness. That is the order of Lord Chaitanya. Amar aggay guru haiya tara ei desh, jare dakho tare kaho Krishna voice. By following my order, you become Guru. And if we strictly follow the Acharya system and try our best to spread the instruction of Krishna, Jare dakho tare kaho Krishna upadesh. There are two kinds of Krishna upadesh. Upadesh means instruction. Instruction given by Krishna, that is also Krishna upadesh. And instruction received about Krishna, that is also Krishna upadesh. Krishnasya upadesha iti Krishna upadesh, samas, shashti, tatpurush, samas. And Krishna Vishaya upadesh, that is also Krishna upadesh. Both Brishama. This is the way of analyzing Sanskrit grammar. So, Krishna's upadesh is Bhagavad Gita. He is directly giving instruction. So one who is spreading Krishna upadesh, simply repeat what is said by Krishna, then you become Acharya. Not difficult at all. Everything is stated there. We have to simply repeat like parrot. Not exactly parrot. Parrot does not understand the meaning. He simply vibrates. But you should understand the meaning also. Otherwise, how you can explain? So you want to spread Krishna consciousness, simply prepare yourself how to repeat Krishna's instruction very nicely, without any malinterpretation. Then in future, suppose you have got now 10,000, we shall expand to 100,000. That is required. Then 100,000 to million. And million to 10 million. So there will be no scarcity of Acharya, and people will understand Krishna consciousness very easily. So make that organization. Don't be falsely puffed up. Follow the Acharya instruction and try to make yourself perfect, mature. Then it will be very easy to fight out Maya. Acharya, they declare war against Maya's activities. There's Maya instructing that here is wine, here is cigarette, here is that. In your country these advertisements are very prominent, hoarding both ways. Wine advertisement, cigarette advertisement, naked woman advertisement, and sometimes gambling also advertisement. What is that, Congo? Bingo. Bingo. Yes. So, this is Maya. And our declaration of war with Maya, no intoxication, no meat eating, no bingo. This is our declaration of war. So we have to fight in that way, because nobody can understand Krishna without being free from all sinful activities. These are sinful activities. Therefore it is Acharya's business to stop these nonsense activities. Otherwise they will not be able to understand. Especially the meat eaters. They cannot understand. Nidvitta tarsai ripugiyamana bhavaushadi chotra mano virama ka uttama sloka gunanubhadan virajyati puman bina vasugna. Unless one is very expert in killing animals, he is not bereft from Krishna consciousness. That means one who is very expert in killing, he cannot understand. Therefore Christ also said, thou shalt not kill, the first business. Nobody will be able. If one is a killer of animal, small or big, ultimately killer of his own children, killer of himself, the killing process is so nice that it goes up to the point of killing one's children. That is now happening. Killing business has so expanded that they are killing their own children. They see the influence of Kali Yuga. Children, they take shelter of the father and mother, thinking very safe. Now in this Kali Yuga, even there is no safety under the care of father and mother. Just see how this material civilization is progressing. Very, very dangerous. Kalau nastu disham. Therefore, that Bhagavad verse is there. Krishne sadham upagati dharma jnana divi kalau nastu disham puranatma dhino udito. Very, very abominable condition in this age of Kali. Very, very. It is the beginning of Kali. Now we have to pass through 427,000 of years. Kali Yuga will make progress in that way. People are now practicing eating their children, and at the end of Kali, there will be no food available. They have to eat the children just like the snakes do. The snake eat their own children. There are many animals, they eat their own children. So, don't try to repeat your birth again and again in this Kali Yuga. It will be not very happy life. Better sacrifice everything in this life and be fully Krishna conscious and go back to home. Don't wait for the next life. This is very seriously to be taken. This life I shall finish my Krishna consciousness business, and as it is stated in the Bhagavad Gita, that Krishna consciousness business means to understand Krishna rightly. And he is explaining himself rightly. Where is the difficulty to finish the Krishna consciousness business? If Krishna is explaining himself what he is, then where is your difficulty? Krishna is explaining himself in the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna is sending his representative Acharya to teach you, and Krishna is within yourself trying to teach you if you are actually serious. Then where is the difficulty? Inside, outside, always books, knowledge is prepared. So where is the difficulty to make yourself perfect in Krishna consciousness? There is no difficulty at all. Provided you are serious, you can become fully Krishna conscious in this very life. You are all young men. You are not old men like me. I have no opportunity. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So now I would like to request Srila Kirti Prabhu. From now on, he'll be our master of ceremony. And then next, we'll be calling the Prabhupada's disciples for their offerings and homages to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Again, we'd like to welcome everyone here today. Srila Prabhupada's 48th anniversary of his Tirobhava here. We're going to start out with Guru Prasad Maharaj speaking. So, as Maharaj said, we have all our Srila Prabhupada disciples here. They'll all be speaking until 12:30. And then at 12:30 to 1:30, right here, there'll be Abhishek to Srila Prabhupada. And then whoever wants, it moves to the Samadhi for programs there. And second will be Lokanath Maharaj. So Maharaj, if you can be ready to speak second. Guru Prasad Maharaj, he's our GBC here officially in Vrindavan, and he's also on the Vrindavan Executive Board. So we asked that he would speak a few words first. Thank you, Maharaj.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna. So I can only understand that I'm speaking first by one mantra, save the best for last. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaudavani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavati Paschatya Dishakti. Your appearance today is to remember how you came to save us, to give Lord Chaitanya's mercy to the world. And your disappearance today is to remember my promise to dedicate my life to preserving your legacy. Your movement has grown and spread tremendously. However, the expansion of any spiritual movement, they face the danger of diluting the essence and the seriousness and severity of the practices to accommodate new and larger numbers. In my service as supervision, I try to promote boiling the milk, as you termed it. Be vigilant that your teaching and practice always remain unaffected. However, in doing so, and seeing my personal ambitions, motivations, and desires threatening the sanctity of your sacred mission, in those that I find such tendencies, they have become a mirror to examine my own heart. Therefore, this offering is a prayer of supplication that you can give me the shelter of your lotus feet so that I can reflect upon purifying my contaminated heart, be able to give what you have given us by your sacrifice and presence. Heart free. The Prophet and your lotus feet shelter for all those who seek pure devotional service. Your words and teachings compromise your legacy, which by following them reveal their full intensity. I beg that you become my only shelter forever. To deviate from these instructions in any way, never. Bodily comforts I must renounce completely. Then your service can be revealed sweetly. The constant interference of my mind, please remove it. Your lotus feet, to your lotus feet I can align. The intelligence interferes by its limitation. Free me from its resultant pride, then liberation from the chains of ego to this world binding. Grant me this freedom, your purity service, your pure service finding. Thinking I am something other than your servant, let it dissolve completely, my prayer fervent, that I can reflect one atom of your greatness, though I don't deserve your blessing, my fitness, my ardent desire to purify my entire existence. This entreaty by your mercy will be my persistence. Your lowly servant, Guru Prasad Swami. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj. We're also setting up a microphone stand and a chair there for when the ladies will begin speaking. Now we'd like to welcome Lokanath Maharaj. He's very kindly comes here very often in Vrindavan to inspire us. He's a resident, yes. Resident who has his base here in Vrindavan. Hare Krishna.
Om Ajnanathamiranthasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. That's my prayer unto the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada and Pancha kalpatarubhyasya kripa sandhabhya evacha patidanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. That is my prayer at the lotus feet of all the assembled devotees here on the occasion of Srila Prabhupada's 48th disappearance. Haribol. Festival. We had just come, our Narad Muni traveling Sankirtan party, all the way from Badrikashram to see Srila Prabhupada in Vrindavan, because there was no way to find out the status, Prabhupada's health status, so we had to personally, Hare Krishna. Hey. So as I met Prabhupada, and towards the end of the meeting in Prabhupada's quarter, of course, Prabhupada lying on the bed. Towards the end, Prabhupada said to me, I was about to leave Prabhupada's quarter, and before leaving, I looked at Prabhupada one more time, and then Prabhupada signaled me saying, come back. So I returned, and Prabhupada said, I would like to see you. What time I could see you? It was amazing thing that Prabhupada said, and I won't explain all the emotions and thoughts behind that inquiry. So later on I found out that Prabhupada wanted, at 4 o'clock, I found out Prabhupada wanted to go with the bullock cart to Govardhan to organize to attend Govardhan Puja festival. Well, that did not transpire, although everything was arranged. So the Prabhupada didn't, give up the idea of traveling with the ox cart, but the traveling idea, he couldn't give up. Next day we were, and this is like a
5 days, about I think around less than a week before the Prabhupada departure day, which was 14th of November. And then Prabhupada came up with the idea of traveling with the buses all over India to the holy tirthas and other places. And well, somehow Prabhupada wanted me to play a certain role in that traveling arrangement, traveling plan. And we were busy with that. We had purchased a big map of India, and it was Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Bhavananda, Goswami Maharaj, Bhakti Chara Maharaj, and others, and myself. We were preparing, making preparations with the bus traveling all over. So as we were busy with that task, then this 14th of November arrived. Durdin, and we said Durdin, bad day, black day. And then Giriraj, Prabhupada's Ayurvedic doctor, was going all over the property, Krishna Balram Mandir, guest house, Gurukul also, letting us know that Prabhupada is getting ready to leave us behind. So we dropped everything that we were doing, busy with, all ourselves and everyone else. And we all rushed to Prabhupada's quarter. And of course, everyone was not fitting into Prabhupada's quarter because hundreds of devotees had arrived from all over the world to have darshan of Prabhupada, be with Prabhupada. So all that we could do at that time was, I was this Nayani lo premadhana, that the song that we sang and we heard. Yeah, for sure, that day we were almost ready to break our heads against the wall and enter the fire. And Kandi, we were singing, but the singing was crying, and everyone, we were all singing and crying together. No one was leading, no one was following. We were all together in one chorus, one voice, singing, and more crying than singing was happening. And so in the midst of all that, Prabhupada, well, that day, 48 years ago, in the evening, 7:21 p.m. was the exact time, Prabhupada departed. We were there, I was there. I also noticed Prabhupada opening his mouth, and of course there was no way to hear and understand what Prabhupada uttered because we were all crying out loud. But for sure, last time Prabhupada said Hare Krishna, and that was 7:21 p.m. time, and Prabhupada left us 48 years ago. I don't know why. Well, there are reasons. why this is supposed to be celebration. Tirobhava Tithi Mahotsava ki jai, Mahotsava, and but that day was not Mahotsava, was not a celebration. So then, the Tirobhava Tithi Mahotsavas are being celebrated year after year. This is the 48th one. In beginning years, 78, 79, used to have so many of us, the Prabhupada disciples, but that is not the case now. Well, less congregation, less grand disciple, that's another thing. I think we were just the disciples, but I think most of you assembled here are grand disciples. Who is a bigger, who is a grander? Just a disciple? We are just the disciples, but you are grand disciples. So we welcome you all as we're hearing Prabhupada. Let there be 100,000 devotees and 1,000,000 devotees and more and more and more. More the merrier. And that's happening. So I do love, of course, I don't have to say. I love Prabhupada. I love Prabhupada. I love Prabhupada. But I also wanted to add to that, saying I also love my God brothers and God sisters. And they're also disappearing. In early years, more Prabhupada disciples now, lesser and lesser and lesser. Where have they gone? They're gone to Prabhupada, to join Prabhupada, join Krishna. And soon, one of these years, as you would be looking around, none of us, for me, this is the 48th disappearance festival that I'm participating in, but who knows how many years, maybe a few more years, and finished. So then it's going to be just all grand disciples, and in the future, great grand disciples, and then great grand disciples, and would move on. It is important that we all stay together and united. One of the last, will or wish Prabhupada expressed that if you love me, what you should be doing? Huh? Love my dog. So we're all dogs of Prabhupada. So love my followers, disciples, grand disciples. So, but he had, one time he said that this is a famous statement during his last days. If you want to love me, or if you love me, show me your love. I want to see your love. Not just the lip service. I love Prabhupada. I love. That's easy to say, but Prabhupada wanted us to translate that love into action. And the action that he referred to was cooperate. Cooperate with each other. Why cooperate? To keep this institution together or protected after I'm gone. Is one of the principal concerns Prabhupada had, which he expressed during his last days, and amongst many other tasks. This is one task we have, so we beg you all, I think especially the grand disciples, you are going to be taking over the responsibility. So do not burden our shoulders. Instead, you shoulder the burden. And of course, physically we won't be here, and it's going to be all your show. It's all your doing. So do those things, all your services in full cooperation for the pleasure of Prabhupada and Gauranga, so that this movement goes on spreading, expanding, till it reaches every town, every village of the world. In closing, I want to just say that next year, 2026, is going to be 60th anniversary of ISKCON's foundation. And the following year, 2027, is going to be 50th anniversary of Prabhupada's disappearance. So 2 anniversaries, 60th anniversary and 50th anniversary. They're also talking 60-50, 50-60s, 50-60 campaign is coming up. GBCs have already passed resolution in this regard. And in India also, Bureau and ICC, and we're all getting this campaign together. You remember during 1996 and many years, we had a campaign for and celebration of Prabhupada's 100th birth anniversary. Something in that spirit, we are going to be organizing worldwide these 2 campaigns in order to increase Prabhupada consciousness, in order to keep Prabhupada's family united, in order to distribute more and more Srila Prabhupada's books, expand or strengthen our congregation, spread chanting of Hare Krishna more and more, and many other ideas, concepts are there. I think briefly we're going to repeat what we had done for Prabhupada's centennial in next 2 years. So just get ready. Get ready to be part of this campaign and increase Prabhupada consciousness. Let's put Prabhupada back into the center of ISKCON and all that. So thank you.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. Next, we're going to hear from another resident of Vrindavan, our temple president, Pancha Gauda Prabhu. And next will be Her Grace Nayani Devi Mataji. If you could get yourself ready, thank you. And we'll be doing that. We'll always be mentioning who's next so that they're up here by the stage ready. Thank you.
Om Jnana Timarandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Srila Prabhupada ki. So, offer my respects to all the devotees. Srila Prabhupada sacrificed his life for the dedication of glorifying Krishna, spreading the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, fulfilling the order of his spiritual master. And as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave up his loving mother, beautiful wife, and also for the sake of the fallen conditioned souls, the 6 Goswamis gave up government service, opulent lifestyle. Everyone's looking for happiness and lifestyle, but they've given up everything to dedicate themselves for spreading the mission. And Srila Prabhupada traveled all over the world. Was it 13 times, 14 times? And he never tired from glorifying Krishna. But also, he spent time for the love of his devotees, making sure the devotees are being taken care of nicely, and encouraging all of us to take responsibility to help spread this mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We were preparing for Sankirtan Marathon as usual, November time in Miami. Many devotees could not come to Vrindavan because we were supporting the temple and many of the presidents couldn't afford to do that. But this was the time, as Maharaj mentioned, when Prabhupada was passing away. We're all chanting and crying together, feeling separation from a wonderful, loving, great soul, Shakti Vaishnavatar, empowered by the Supreme Lord to spread this mission. Unless one is empowered by Krishna, he cannot spread this mission all over the world. And we see now how the disciples, the grand disciples, everyone's taking responsibility. And by doing that, just simply surrender to Krishna, try to hear the words of Srila Prabhupada by studying his books. This is glorifying. Also, Prabhupada said they're not my books. Krishna's personally speaking, but he's delivering this message to all of us. And we are very grateful that he's given us an opportunity to try to render some service here in Sri Vrindavan Dham. Vrindavan Dham is a place for inspiration. We want to serve the devotees. We want to serve the prasadam, book distribution, and encourage, especially the seniors, to come and support this very valuable temple, Krishna Balaram Mandir. All temples are valuable, but all of us get spiritual inspiration by coming to the Dham and having the sadhu sangha and having an opportunity to glorify Srila Prabhupada. So again, I thank Srila Prabhupada for saving the lives of all those who have taken his message. And this is what we should do for others. A devotee means he feels compassion. When someone is suffering, he feels suffering. When someone is nicely situated, he becomes happy. So bring people, let us go out, distribute books, and serve this mission of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And please, Srila Prabhupada, on such a wonderful day, remembering Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Pancha Gauda Prabhu. Now we'll hear from Nayani Mataji, and then next we'll hear from Abhirama Prabhu.
What else can I say?
Namami Shibadaya Krishapastaya Bhutale Shimari Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaurvani Pacharine Nirshesh Shunyavadi Paschadesh Tarine. I'm very grateful to Srila Prabhupada for giving me Srimad Bhagavatam to relish. Before teaching Bhakti Vaibhava, I asked His Holiness Radha Govinda Maharaj, how should I study Bhagavatam? And he told me, I don't study, I relish. I said, okay. So when Lord Krishna came here 5,000 years ago, he brought the treasure of Krishna prema, but he did not distribute it freely. So then the treasure was locked. But when he came as Lord Chaitanya, he broke open the treasure house and he ate it and he distributed it freely, without discrimination, all over India. However, it was still locked in India. Then Srila Prabhupada came and opened the treasure chest and distributed it freely to the whole world. When Arjuna was feeling separation from Krishna, lost all his power, he was defeated after Krishna left, he was solaced by remembering the instructions Krishna gave him in Bhagavad Gita. So in separation from Srila Prabhupada, we gain solace by remembering Prabhupada's purports in his books. So I'm grateful the treasure of Bhagavatam, which Prabhupada has left for us, described by Sanatana Goswami, Sarvasiddhanta Ratnaya. Srimad Bhagavatam is a treasure chest full of the jewels of all spiritual philosophical conclusions. Sarvashastabdi Piyusha is the nectar churned from the ocean of all the Vedic scriptures. So when we churn the Vedas, the cream, the nectar is Bhagavatam. Sarva Vedaika Sat Phala, most prominent transcendental fruit of all the Vedas. The Vedas are compared to desire tree, and Bhagavatam is the ripened fruit. Nigamakapatar galitam phalam shukamukadamitarvasam yatam pibata bhagavatam rasam alayam mohurahara sikabo vibhavaka. Vyasadeva says, relish Bhagavatam, mature fruit of desire tree of Vedic literature. It's actually a juice, it's a rasa, because it has been digested by Shukadeva and Srila Prabhupada. So we can drink it now. It's a rasa. One time Giriraj asked Srila Prabhupada, what are the fruits like in Goloka Vrindavan? The fruits of the desire trees. Srila Prabhupada said, the fruits in Goloka have no seed and no skin. And as soon as you eat one, another one appears in your hand to eat. So we have our Bhagavatam fruit. It has become a juice after being tasted by Shukadeva and Srila Prabhupada. We should drink Bhagavatam. As Srila Prabhupada quoted Lord Chaitanya in his lecture today, Javedeko tarikoha Krishna Upadesh, Amragyai Guru Hoya Taro Idesh. Instruct everyone to follow the orders of Lord Krishna as they are given in Gita and Bhagavatam. And this way, become a spiritual master and try to liberate everyone in this land. So let's follow Prabhupada's example by drinking Bhagavatam, giving it to everyone else. In a lecture in Geneva, 1974, Prabhupada says, don't waste time. As much as possible, try to hear Bhagavatam. Yad Vaishnavanam Priyam. It's very, very dear to the Vaishnavas. In Vrindavan, you'll find they're always reading Bhagavatam. That is their life and soul. So nice. If you practice anywhere, any condition, simply by reading Bhagavatam, you will be happy. Jai Shri Prabhupada, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much, Mataji. So next we'll hear from Abhirama Prabhu, who had the most amazing service of being Srila Prabhupada's nurse in his final months, traveled to England with him and back again. And we're very happy you're here and looking forward to hear from you. Hare Krishna. Next will be Dishakti Mataji.
Shalakaya Chaksuran Militanjina Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. There are in history and amongst us many wonderful people. There are scholars, there are philanthropists, there are wise men, then sometimes, occasionally, very occasionally, we find a sage, a rishi, and if we're very, very fortunate, one amongst billions, we might find a guru. And amongst millions of those rare gurus, we may find an acharya. And sometimes, in billions and billions of yugas, one of the dear, dear friends of the Lord is sent. And within him, all of the qualities of all of those are found. Very difficult to understand the depth of the ocean of mercy who we call Srila Prabhupada. So, to be brief and respect much more senior and more learned devotees, I'll just repeat a few things that Srila Prabhupada said to me that you may have heard or you may not have heard, but they're important to remember. When I came into his service too briefly in 1969 and then in 1977, knowing that I was in a hopeless condition, he took those last some few months to spoon feed me and care for me. Well, I thought I was caring for him, but it was not that way. And the first thing he said when I entered that service, or really took his blessings like that, was never leave my side day or night. So this is not an instruction just for Abhirama. This is an instruction for everyone. For everyone who wishes to take shelter of Srila Prabhupada, who wishes to have the ultimate blessings, to enter into the most intimate pastimes of the Lord. With Srila Prabhupada, we should never leave his side, day or night. In the course of those few months, Brahmananda Maharaj and Tamal Krishna Maharaj were in the room, and I was simply attending Prabhupada, so I witnessed Brahmananda being so incredibly loving to Srila Prabhupada. He asked Srila Prabhupada, "Will we be with you in the spiritual world?" And Prabhupada made an amazing statement. He said, "When we go back to Krishna Loka, the residents of Vaikuntha will fly over our heads in their flower airplanes, and they will look down, and they will explain or exclaim, 'Oh, look at the nice guru and his disciples.'" So what could be a more reassuring blessing that we are this family. We may have, I don't know, 1 million devotees worldwide, fully dedicated, maybe more. But that's a small fraction of what Srila Prabhupada's heart can contain and shelter, just a fraction. So the more that we go on spreading this movement, there's unlimited shelter under Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. There's no lack of space. And as Lokanath Maharaj so beautifully explained, the disciples, grand disciples, they're simply the expansion. If you're born a Rockefeller, nobody asks what generation you're born in. You're a bloody Rockefeller. That's all we need to know. If you're under Srila Prabhupada, you're forever sheltered. So, if you want to find Srila Prabhupada, if you want to know him, I suppose most of you are eagerly wanting to know him. I also want to know him. Look around you. This is his heart manifested. The devotees is the flower bouquet that Srila Prabhupada is offering to his Lord. The temples are all manifestation of his heart. All of the great devotees that we know and hear from and observe, They're simply manifestations of that beautiful heart. So that's where Srila Prabhupada is found, and wherever you help any person come 1 inch closer to Krishna, that's where you'll find the heart of Srila Prabhupada. There's so many nice stories. They're all the Angas of Srila Prabhupada, all the expressions of his unlimitedly beautiful personality, but his heart is as Savior. So wherever you join that part of Srila Prabhupada, he will be right there with you, and you will know him. So, in my last words with Srila Prabhupada, again, I feel he only asked me to come to be a witness. I had no qualification to be there, but somehow he knew that I would try to tell the truth in the future. He told me a couple of things. My death must be glorious. 5 times he told me that. It started to haunt me. What does it mean? So we have to keep unpacking that. To make Srila Prabhupada glorious, to make his life, his death, his books, his words, his example glorious to the world. That's our mission. And the last thing he said to me, again, he said to all of us, he said, Abhirama, be blessed, be blessed. And that's Srila Prabhupada, always blessing to every one of us. I had no reason to receive it except to pass it on, to let you all know. That was Srila Prabhupada's heart. And we should go on as we're doing, making him more and more glorious. And he will live forever in the hearts and minds of all the devotees in all the universes. And we can participate in making that happen and making him glorious. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Abhirama Prabhu. He said something, how Prabhupada said, be by my side day and night. And of course, what he said was correct. That meant eternally. But Prabhupada also meant it at that time. And he wanted that from his servant, to be by his side every moment, every second. And Abhirama Prabhu did that very nicely. So next we'll be hearing from Dishakti Mataji, also resident here of Vrindavan Dham for around 50 years now. And then next we'll hear from Burajan Prabhu.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutle Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Homage to Srila Prabhupada on his 48th Disappearance Day anniversary. Dear Srila Prabhupada, for us you have not left. You are with us every moment. In Vrindavan, your eternal home, where you live with Krishna forever. Our day begins with worshiping you at your sacred Samadhi Stan. We meditate upon your glories as we chant Sri Guru Vastakam. Each word a meaningful prayer, describing your qualities and grace, indelibly etched in our hearts to remember through the days. Then we enter your temple grand, every brick cemented with love, for your worshipful lordships, Krishna and Balaram and Antaraj. We sing their glories in unison, praising their names and fame. We meditate on their lovely forms you mercifully gave us to serve. We then chant their holy names on Japamala with concentration, the Mahamantra you gave us to bring our lives to perfection. Hearts purified and minds steady, we again have sublime darshan. Your lords fully dressed and bathed, our hearts and voices join in praise. Then we gather to worship you, most blessed Guru Puja, our confirmation every day to serve you eternally. We take you to circumambulate your lords with ecstatic kirtan, then gather in the temple to hear sacred Srimad Bhagavatam. Having spent 5 hours in your divine presence, it's time to honor prasadam, your mercy in edible essence. Now the day begins in earnest, the reason we are here. We spend our time in service to maintain your temple with care. Preaching, cleaning, cooking, no end to all you command. To run your temple properly, to attract the world to come back home. Cooperation with intelligence, so many departments to please you. With our sincere efforts, we try to maintain all that you have given us to do. Till late at night, we are engaged with all your directives and goals. Even in dreams, we continue service till the next day then unfolds. Morning to night, we meditate on you and the standard you have made. The days race by without a trace, and the years merged into decades. 48 years, every day a blessing, for in Vrindavan we are always with you. From the moment we rise till we go to sleep, there is no way to ever forget you. You are all pervasive in your instructions. We are simply insignificant instruments. To carry out your goals to perfection, to find the best ways to implement. Truly the spiritual world we see by your mercy in Vrindavan. We are eternally engaged in service under your gaze and guidance. Please let us serve you forever in the spiritual realm of Braja. May our sadhana here grow strong, begging forgiveness for anything done wrong. We pray only to serve and please you. You have given us the path back home, aspiring to always remember your lotus feet, both here and in the spiritual realm. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Mataji. Next we're going to hear John Prabhu, and then also his wife. She can come up and she'll also speak at Jatarini.
Homage Timirandasya Janajana Slakaya Chaksus Militanzena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah Sri Chaitanya Manubhistam Stapitam Zena Bhutale Sayam Rupakadamayam Dadati Sa Pantantika Vansakalpa Trubhasya Kripasindu Bhavacha Patitanam Pabhanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namah. Hare Krishna. The devotees who spoke prior to my speaking, and surely those who speak after me, they spoke so deeply and in a heartfelt and so deep and instructive. I want to express my appreciation to each of those devotees. I thought of speaking about in somewhat of a different mood, but mentioning 3 different moods of Srila Prabhupada, because being a person means to have different moods. Even Krishna has different moods that manifest Dhira Lalita, Dhira Datta, different moods. So Srila Prabhupada had different moods. In one mood, he was like a lion. When he was representing Srila Vyasadeva sitting on the Vyasasan, he was like a lion. In Japan, in Kobe, he did such extraordinary things, but when we approached him after, I'll just mention the extraordinary thing he did in the middle of a lecture. given by a Mayavadi sannyasi in Kobe with a gathering of about 500 Indian merchants. In the middle of his lecture, Prabhupada looked at his few disciples who were sitting there and said, "Stop him." Now, who in the world could do that? And we did what he said. We just started kirtan in the middle of his lecture, and he stopped speaking. And then when we asked Prabhupada why he listened for a half hour and then suddenly said, "Stop him," because the lecture was in Hindi and none of us could speak Hindi who were present, Prabhupada replied that first he was lecturing all right, which showed his lack of fanaticism. And then he said, he started speaking about Pancha Upasaka and how beyond Vishnu there is Brahman. And when he said that, Prabhupada said, I could not tolerate it. It wasn't the words of a religious fanatic again. It was the words of a lover. He could not tolerate hearing that something was beyond Krishna. And he stopped him. And then he said, when I'm out, I'm like a lion. And when I'm home, I'm like a lamb. Different moods. One lion mood of Srila Prabhupada's was I saw in Melbourne in 1975. And Prabhupada was sitting on the Vyasasana, so tall and strong. And he was lecturing so strong on the Bhagavatam. And he mentioned a point that's mentioned in the 5th canto of the Bhagavatam. It's somewhat not a major point, but it's a point that's mentioned that there are giant eagles that fly from planet to planet. And they hatch their eggs in the friction of the atmosphere. So Prabhupada was sitting tall on the Vyasasana and he said this. And at the end of the class, he looked at all the mostly young devotees who were sitting in front of him and also the guests. And he said, are there any questions? And one relatively newly initiated disciple slowly, and we could say either bravely or we could say foolishly, raised his hand. And he said to Prabhupada, you mentioned in your lecture that there are giant eagles that fly from planet to planet and hatch their eggs in the atmosphere. And then he said to Prabhupada, that is a little hard to believe. And Prabhupada just looked at him and said, what do you know? You are still in the womb of your mother. And I can't speak for the rest of the souls who were listening, but at least one soul went like this. Later I met that devotee. He was finished after that. But Prabhupada's mood was to protect the Siddhanta, the conclusions of Shastra. But in a different mood, also in Japan, when Prabhupada passed through Hong Kong, I had given him a ring. And it was at a difficult time during ISKCON, and Prabhupada had actually dissolved the GBC during that time for something that they had done. And myself, in my somewhat naivety and innocence, and I thought I should try and encourage Prabhupada. It was well-intentioned, but it was innocent. So I bought Prabhupada a gold ring, 24-karat gold ring, and on that ring it said Jai ISKCON. And so when Prabhupada was in Hong Kong, I gave it to him. And then I traveled with Srila Prabhupada to Japan. And in Japan, he was taking massage. And Sudama Prabhu was giving him massage. Prabhupada, he was getting massage, and Sudama noticed that he was wearing a new ring. So he said to Prabhupada, "Oh, Prabhupada, you have a new ring." And Prabhupada said, "Yes." And then he said to, Sudama said to Prabhupada, "Who gave it to you?" And it was only the three of us sitting in the room. And Prabhupada just turned his head and looked at me and then replied to Sudama, "Oh, someone." He just turned that moment into the most intimate exchange. And a third mood of Prabhupada's, which His Holiness Lokanath Maharaj spoke about so importantly, when Prabhupada it was time for him to leave this world, and the devotees asked Prabhupada, as I remember it, Maharaj gave some details. They asked Prabhupada, should we ask all your disciples to come? And Prabhupada said, yes, they should all come. And then a devotee said, well, that would be very difficult because everyone loves you and everyone will come. And then what will happen to the temples if everyone comes? And Prabhupada, in his deep and very sober way, replied that the test of how much they love me will be their cooperation after I depart. And that, in my opinion, is it turned out to be such a difficult thing to do, and it sounds so simple to cooperate. But it's so difficult because, in my understanding, is because you have to give up your own thoughts and your own convenience and your own conviction that this is the only way to do everything, and not compromise the principles, but compromise details on how things should be done. And that is the test. A very big test and perhaps very difficult to do, but that is the test because the movement is so important. I heard Prabhupada say in Hawaii in 1976, his final visit there, that the forces of evil are so strong in this world, so strong. And if we fragment, if people leave, and if they leave, then we will become weak. So therefore, Prabhupada wanted us to cooperate and stay together and stay strong because our mission is so important for the world. Hare Krishna.
Jai, thank you very much, Urajan Prabhu. Now we'll hear from your good wife, Jatarini Mataji. And then we'll be hearing from Dina Bandhu Prabhu.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paskatya Desatarane. So, listening to Srila Prabhupada telling us all about how easy it is to become an acharya was very astonishing to me personally. He used a phrase which he would use regularly and consistently when he said, "What is the difficulty?" I remember one time, or more than one time, going into his presence with some kind of doubtfulness or some personal weakness or some kind of misunderstanding in my head. And the first thing he would ask was, before you could present your case, he would ask, "What is the difficulty?" And it was stunning because in Srila Prabhupada's presence there was no difficulty. In the most difficult situations there was no difficulty. And I remember as a young devotee often feeling like when Srila Prabhupada would say, "What is the difficulty?" that he didn't really understand the complexities of my own circumstances, the complexities of my mind, the complexities of circumstances, or the complexities of, as my husband was saying, cooperation and dedication, and most important, consistency. And one thing I have learnt over the years is that if you proceed with the process from whatever state of mind or conditioning or circumstances you find yourself in, inwardly as well as externally, everything is going to gradually improve. Sometimes it may improve very rapidly and you can carry a large weight of responsibility, but if not, gradually, by the power of Srila Prabhupada's message from the Bhagavatam, from Bhagavad Gita, by the power of the sadhana which we have been given to try our humble best to follow, and by the power of the association of so many devotees in different parts of the world, or the power of our prayers to the deities who Srila Prabhupada has blessed us with a connection with, by all of these circumstances, the difficulties are going to be definitely removed. One thing that Srila Prabhupada said to me in the last time we were fortunate enough to be in his presence was, he asked, "So what is the difficulty?" And I'm going to think it might have been my husband who said what the difficulty was. And Srila Prabhupada replied, "If you keep creating difficulties, then what should I do? Then I have to resolve your difficulties. But there are no difficulties. So the first thing you have to do is stop creating difficulties." So the last thing I would say is that without Srila Prabhupada's physical presence in this world, in many ways it is more difficult. I know that because I remember what it was like when he was there to adjudicate, to authorize, to stop, to prevent, to correct, and so forth. And now we have each other, and we have to, as we heard, and we do, work together. But sometimes I feel in my heart this tremendous loss to the world of that person to whom everyone had to bow. There was no relative, this, so on and so forth. He was the authority. But there are no difficulties because he is still available, as he spoke to us just now. And he wants 10 million acharyas. So we all have a good amount of work to do to satisfy him. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Jatarini Mataji. Now we'll be hearing from Dina Bandhu Prabhu. And after Dina Bandhu Prabhu, we'll hear from Prasanatma Prabhu.
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktarinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchakalpatrubhyascha kripa sindhubheva patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So we're all gathered here on this fourth day of the bright half of the month of Kartik, Damodar, to observe the 48th Disappearance Day Festival of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada in the place that he called home, Sri Vrindavan Dham, where he left this world. Where there was an empty plot, a devotee said, "Let there be a temple and devotional service," and the most beautiful temple in Vrindavan appeared. And that time they told Prabhupada, "Why you built your temple so far away? Who will go there?" Now you see, 4:30 in the morning, you can't even get in the temple room. And it's not the devotees, it's ordinary people have come. It's the fashion now to go to the ISKCON Mangalartik. So the Prabhupada must be laughing up there in Golok. I know it's inconvenient, but just I feel Prabhupada up there laughing. And Prabhupada's love for his devotees was shown even in the place of Vrindavan, the land of Krishna and the cows. It was difficult to get cow's milk. So we're sitting in the Goshala that Prabhupada arranged this Goshala and arranged some cows so that his disciple, this is his love for his disciples. He arranged Goshala and cows so the devotees could get real cow's milk. And in that Goshala, we're sitting here in this, I thought it was big, but now I see it's already too small. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So somehow one pastime just kept coming in my mind every time I was trying to think. Because there was one very dear friend of Srila Prabhupada. You may remember him from Leelamrit, P.L. Sethi. If you don't remember, I'll jog your memory. When the municipality was destroying the temporary temple there of Radharas Vihari, he happened to come by and he saw what was going on, and with his political connections, he stopped the destruction of the temple, and since he was a contractor, he rebuilt the temple. That is P.L. Sethi. He was a very dear friend of Srila Prabhupada. And because he was a contractor, that time, we were very small, we didn't have much money. We had so many renters on the property, and there was no way, Indian laws are such a way that you can't get the renters out for anything. So they decided to build another floor on top of all the apartments. Now, fortunately, ISKCON has become very powerful by Krishna's mercy. We got rid of all of those tenants, and now we have this wonderful Glory of India project. What do they call it? Paradise on Earth project there. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth. All right. I was just in Kashmir, so paradise on earth is stuck in my brain. Heaven on earth. So P.L. Sethi was constructing all these rooms. And first they made a room for Prabhupada. And you've seen sometimes the pictures, Prabhupada sitting in the palm trees or behind him. He's on the roof and the sea breeze is blowing. So one day, he was, checking out all the construction going on. So all his cloth was filled with cement dust. And he thought, how can I go before, he used to call Prabhupada Guruji. How can I go before Guruji like this? And he started to walk off the property. He said, how can I leave without taking leave from Guruji? So he went upstairs. He came into Prabhupada's room, paid his obeisances. Prabhupada saw his clothes were all full of cement dust. And Prabhupada said to him, so, you were building rooms for my devotees? Oh, Guruji, yes. He said, and I am building your room in Goloka Vrindavan. Sethi used to come here every year and tell me this pastime. And he would cry, he would say, I wasn't even a devotee. I wasn't a disciple. I wasn't even following your principles. I was just serving the disciples of Guruji. And he was building a room in Goloka Vrindavan. You people are serving Prabhupada day and night, day and night. What is your future? And we have such a wonderful opportunity. Just by serving the Vaishnava is so powerful. And Kartik has become so grand. Even this, I thought it was a gigantic Krishna, even it's become too small. But there's so many Vaishnavas here to serve. Just like one time I wrote a poem and I ended it. We are so very low. The Lord we do not know. The Vaishnava we have heard is he who is to be served. But to such as one as you, how can we give what's due? We only hope and pray, our debt we can repay, that when your followers come to your home, Vrindavan Dham, by service of their feet, your mercy we will meet. Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Dina Bandhu Prabhu. Prasanatma Prabhu. Prasanatma Prabhu. And then Mahadevi will be next. Are you able to come up? No? Okay. Then Nagapatni. Nagapatni will speak next after Prasanatma. Thank you.
Krishna Pashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pracharani Nirvasesha Sunnavadi Patsade Tataruni He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopeshu Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostude Tapta Ganga Garange Radhi Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sudhi Devi Paramani Ajipriye Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivashari Go Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. I offer my respectful obeisance to all the senior Vaishnavas who lives here, who came from far away, and time offer their respects to Srila Prabhupada. Dharma karma chame divyam yovam veveti tattvaha takta degam punarjharma naiti mametu so Arjuna. Krishna taken birth, we also taken many birth. But taking Krishna's birth, his own willing, his own choice. Divyam, transcendental. But we have taken birth because our karma from previous life. We also choose our own destiny, whether we following or not following religious principle. Thurlabham manasa janmo. So it's very rare to become human form of life of 8,400,000 species. We are lucky to be born in human form. We are more lucky to meet our spiritual master, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Without meeting, without understanding of his teaching, our body is useless. Hari Hari Vipila Janama. Simply waste of our time, whole life. Even after taking Diksha 50 years, 60 years, we're still running around here, there, and everywhere, not understanding who I am. Tathata Brahma Gigyasa. Many, many years have passed, still don't know what we are doing. We are simply hanging in the thread of Prabhupada Dhoti and his mercy. Prabhupada mercy is there, but we have to follow the medicine and the diet. Prabhupada was a great chemist. He had a beautiful pharmacy in Allahabad called Prehab Pharmacy. When I was living there for a month preaching for Vrindavan, I saw that place, it's a beautiful place. And he gave us the compound. The medicine is chanting Hare Krishna. The diet is follow regulative principle. Sometimes we take medicine and we blame the doctor. The medicine is not working. The medicine is not working because we are not following strictly. So, it is my great blessings from Srila Prabhupada. We all came in contact and he gave us the biggest gift. What is that gift? To understand that I am not this body. This is the basic principle of Bhagavad Gita. Krishna is teaching Arjuna, and Srila Prabhupada teaching us the same thing, different between Jivatma, body, and Paramatma. When we understand that we are not this body, then there's a lot of doors are open to go to Vaikuntha. Lots of doors. We will not say, he is my friend, he is my enemy, he is my brother, he is my father. Aham bija pratapati. The Lord is the seed-giving father of all the living entity. So he is our real father. Sometimes because of the attachment to the children, the family, so-called friends, it's not going to take you anywhere. We have to develop our love for our spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. He is the only savior, and there is no other way except following the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada. How he died. Every day he prolonging his life so he can write one more book, one more chapter, one more verse. We have seen the last days of Srila Prabhupada in a high volume in the dictaphone being dictated and Prabhupada translating. That is the way to die. We have seen Gopal Krishna Maharaj. He refused to live in Vrindavan simply preaching. Now we see Jayapataka Maharaj going one IC to other ICU. And he's coming out, and next thing you know, he's in preaching in Chennai, coming out of ICU. So we always have long way to go to serve Krishna and Prabhupada. There's one great narration in Srimad Bhagavatam, 11th canto. Just before Krishna leaving this planet, he was ready to go. So Narada came to visit him, and he is visiting many other people like Uddhava and Vasudeva and many different great devotees. So he met Vasudeva, father of Krishna, and Vasudeva is telling Narada, as a citizen, king, I did my obligation, my duties, but I feel there is something is missing before I go to Vaikuntha, and I don't know what is that. So if Vasudeva feels there is something is missing, how do we supposed to feel? How much is missing? So much is missing in order to go to Krishna. But if we have a faith in our spiritual master Srila Prabhupada, he will take us. We must grab his legs and not let go, and strongly believe that I am going to Krishna. I am staying here in Vrindavan. I want to think of Prabhupada all day, all night, and he will take me. The reason we want to go, because this body is simply miserable. No good. Lots of pain. Losing memory. Losing intelligence. Losing everything. Kulasekar Alvar is praying, same thing in Mukunda Mala. I don't mind to take many births. Please give me memory to think of you. Satadam kirtayanto mam, kirtayanta shadahari. So we must remember Srila Prabhupada the rest of our life, hold on to his feet, and have 100% faith that he will take care of us. We don't need to worry about what is going to happen. Nothing will happen. Prabhupada will take care of us. And this is a promise. He told us, very simple thing. Chant Hare Krishna, take Krishna Prasad, and dance. All glories to Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. Now we'll hear from Nagapatni Mataji, also a resident here in Vrindavan.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Te Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Sunyavari Pasyatyadya Satanani. So we've come together again for the 48th time to glorify Srila Prabhupada's disappearance day. It's not a trace of tediousness or boredom. Rather, there's excitement, gravity, and blessings abound. Srila Prabhupada has given us so much, even in this great assembly, and even in all assemblies around the world that are glorifying Srila Prabhupada today. We cannot possibly give it sufficient glorification because it keeps going. Srila Prabhupada's mercy keeps going and keeps spreading due to the mercy of his devotees. There's one thing about Srila Prabhupada I wanted to share in particular that struck me when I was a young girl. And that was how you sometimes run into him in the temple somewhere. He'd be in the kitchen or in the Sarabi store. Or even one day we turned around, we were on Harinam, and Prabhupada was in a little Maverick car we had, folding his hands saying, "Thank you very much." He was so grateful to the devotees for all they did for him. Being in his presence, we've heard a little bit about how great that was because of his compassion and his love and his dignity. That love and compassion he emanated was endless and causeless. He's given us everything in his books, and we must read them, but we also must apply the lessons in our lives to everyone we meet. In that way, we can share the sweetness of Srila Prabhupada. In closing, I want to say for his disciples, our tenure is coming to a close. We don't know, it won't be long, but it may be next year, it may be 2 years, maybe 5 years, but it will be coming shortly. And this next generation, I want to say thank you, because you are filling in so beautifully, and so much enthusiasm, so much dedication. I think this is very important, because this is what's going to keep Srila Prabhupada's movement going for the next 10,000 years. This material world is a terrible place. It's no place for a gentleman or a lady, and there's absolutely no real happiness here. There's only one light, and that's the light from the teachings of Mahaprabhu coming through the disciplic succession. It's really the only safety, the only shelter we have. And I thank you all who share that and spread that. And I want to encourage you all to keep going and spreading this beautiful movement. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Mataji. Now we're going to hear from His Holiness Hare Krishna Navayogendra Maharaj.
Om Ajnanatimnandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Dinamane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharne Nirvishesh Shunyavadi Paschata Desatarne. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Together everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Dear devotees, brothers and mothers, young and old, please accept my obeisances. Today is the disappearance day of our loving spiritual master Srila Prabhupada. So what are Prabhupada's teaching? Before I met Prabhupada, I met quite a good number of Indian saints, but I was never happy to meet them. By divine arrangement of Krishna, I happened to meet Prabhupada. When I met him, I was very happy. Now, this year is my 50th year of sannyas. He gave me sannyas in 1975 out of his causeless mercy. By his mercy, I was able to continue for so long. Devotees, Srila Prabhupada gave to the whole world devotion, bhakti. Actually, we are not supposed to do anything here in this material world. Why? Because we are not here from here. Neither we are these bodies, man, woman, white, black, brown. We are souls. We are Krishna's part and parcel. But who was teaching us like this? Who taught us like this? Nobody. Srila Prabhupada gave us the real understanding. The real purpose of life, the purpose of life is to understand who I am, from where I came and where I shall go after death. And what is God, Krishna, and what is my relationship with Krishna. So how this forgotten relationship with Krishna can be revived? Simply by devotion, bhakti. Bhagavad is saying, Sabe pumso paro dharmo yato bhaktir adhokshaje. Ahaituki apratihata yayatma suprasidati. This is a duty of all the living entities. There is no question of caste, color, creed, gender, no. Everyone should perform devotion to Krishna. Prabhupada gave this to us. In India, so many discrimination. Brahmins, they think we are great. But nobody is great. Only devotee, one who is a devotee in a true sense, is a great. And Srila Prabhupada was pure devotee. I am not saying something I heard from somebody, but by Krishna's, by Radharani's mercy, by Gaunita's mercy, I had a personal association with Srila Prabhupada. Here in Vrindavan and Bombay and different places. Such a great soul is very rare. And Prabhupada gave pure devotion, which is based on Bhagavatam. Sabe pumso paro dharmo yato bhaktir adhokshaje. Everybody's duty is to perform devotion to Sri Krishna, who is beyond our sense perception. Which kind of devotion? Aheituki apratihata yayatma suprasidati. Devotional service to the Supreme Lord should be unmotivated and uninterrupted. Sometimes it becomes difficult for us to understand, but to return back home, back to Godhead, we can only go by pure devotion. Not serving Krishna, not expecting anything in return. Only in return we are expecting Krishna's love, pure love. And Prabhupada was very, very staunch in this point. And one happening took place, and he was such an humble personality, such a great personality. One person from Modi family, not this Prime Minister Modi, another rich family Modi Nagar in UP. He was renounced and he came to Prabhupada, asked so many different questions to Srila Prabhupada, and Prabhupada answered very nicely. I was sitting there next to this person. And then he said, Swamiji, I read one of your Bhagavad and I was very much impressed. I was looking for you, now I met you. And I asked you so many questions and you gave me perfect answers. Swamiji, I want full set of Bhagavatam. Whatever is money, I am ready to pay. Prabhupada said that I haven't finished yet. It was in 1975, whole Bhagavad. I am in 6th canto. He looked at Prabhupada's face and said, Swamiji, one request I have. Rather prayer unto you, before you leave this world, you please finish this Bhagavatam. Because this Bhagavatam, the way you have explained, is beautiful. So what was the reply of Srila Prabhupada? Okay, then you give me your blessings so that I can finish the Bhagavatam. I was looking to Prabhupada's face and this person was a young man. Prabhupada is asking for his blessing. This is our Prabhupada. Prabhupada, because of his transcendental nature, because of his purity, he was totally free from false ego, no false conception. He was totally on the transcendental plane. Devotees, I have seen. And we should not think Prabhupada is not there now. He is there. He was, he is, and he will be. Krishna, we worship Krishna. Krishna is always, every time is there. Same way are his pure devotees. There was one devotee in Gujarat. He's saying, Kahe Pritam tame odkho indane, Hari na jan Hari jeva. He's saying, his name was Pritam. He said, please try to recognize the devotees like Srila Prabhupada. Those who are pure, they are just like Krishna. Kahe Pritame odko indane Hari na jan Hari. They are like Hari, Krishna. So Prabhupada was full of all these wonderful qualities. My prayers to all of you is with folded hands, please try to follow Prabhupada as it is. Prabhupada left, we are in the queue. I am very old now, 80 years old. Anytime I can leave the body, we don't know. But we have to follow Prabhupada as it is, not to change anything. If we change, that is our mistake. And we have no right to change Prabhupada's wording because we are not pure. We are not as great as Prabhupada. Prabhupada was the greatest. He was greatest personality who fulfilled the prophecy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Lord Chaitanya, 500 years back, what he said? Prithi vite acho yatra nagaradi gram sarvatra prachar hoi vamaronam. In all the towns and villages of the world, my name will be sung, my name will be preached. So who did this? So many Acharyas, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Bhaktisiddhanta Maharaj, Gaurakshodas Babaji, Baldev Vidyabhushan, Vishwanath Chakravarti, so many great Acharyas. But Prabhupada was chosen for this task. So Prabhupada's position is very special. My humble prayers to all of you, please stick to the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. Pray for his mercy so that we can perfect the mission of this human form of life. And mission is to return back home. Thank you very much. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
Jai.
Hare.
Srila Prabhupada ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Thanks again.
Next we'll be hearing from Prithu Prabhu, also a resident here in Vrindavan.
Hare Krishna. Amagyanti mirandasya gananjana shlakaya chakshur umnitamina tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasad Bhutale Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Namini. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharini Nivise Sanyavani Pastatata. So, two things come to my mind. Very confidential moments, two very confidential moments actually, for me. One super confidential. And I tell you why. The first is that I asked Srila Prabhupada on a morning walk, a verse that came up. We were translating Bhagavad Gita into German. One who chants the holy name of Krishna has taken birth in all the holy rivers of India and taken pilgrimage to all the holy places of India. So in my little self-serving interpretation, hoping that Prabhupada said, yes, you have been born in India. Prabhupada said to me, actually, I've created you good fortune. It was not what I expected in this moment. And so I thought about it a long time. And here is what I came up with. In Brahma-Bhavata Purana, we all know, Lord Krishna meets Ganga, who complains that now you're leaving this earth, and I be left alone here. People displace all their karmic reactions in my river. I go down to Patala. And Krishna says, well, there's a plan number 2. And that plan has some items. Number 1, the chanting of the holy name will go all over the world. 2nd, Srimad Bhagavatam will save the whole world. 3rd, people will offer the prasadam, and then he added, on top of it, as a icing of the cake, this state will last for 10,000 years. We all know that. But the fact is that the chanting of the holy name started right there, but it was underground. It was not a public issue. It was exactly to be derived at according to the verse of Srimad Bhagavatam. You have to chant. If you want to chant the holy name, you have to perform all this tapasya, bathing in rivers, etc. A big thing in India at that time. Walking by feet to Badrinath and Kedarnath and to South India, taking baths in all the holy rivers. That's a tall order. And so it required a tremendous amount of sukriti to actually be enabled to chant the holy name of Krishna. And we know one of our acharyas were very upset when his disciple, after he heard that the holy name will liberate everybody, he went on the rooftops and declared it to everyone, and his guru chastised him. He said, how can he do that? Only if somebody is purified in the heart, then the super soul, Krishna, arranges him to meet a spiritual master. That was a system for 4,500 years. Then Lord Chaitanya came, and he's a game changer. He changed the game. Because Hare Krishna mantra was accessible only to an exclusive club of people, who are highly elevated people due to their tapasya. And he broke open this storehouse of love of God. I thought about that many times. What does that actually mean? Well, he distributes the holy name of Krishna to everybody without any restrictions. That was his... And in fact, he retired, at least for the time being, this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam. That's the only verse I know that is actually retired by the mercy of Lord Krishna himself in the form of Lord Chaitanya. No, it's not necessary to take any more. None of us has gone this. I don't see anybody in this room who has taken bath in all the holy rivers of India. None of them. So he is a game changer. He gave it to everyone. And still, it took another 400 years, 500 years, finally, till Srila Prabhupada appeared and actually brought the holy name of Krishna to the whole world. In that sense, as said it by Lord Chaitanya himself, my commander-in-chief, Senapati Bhakta, will appear to chase the people away to preach Krishna, who are materially minded, to preach Krishna consciousness all over the world. So that is predicted by Lord Chandas Thakur. Actually, it is a prediction of Lord Chaitanya. And so it was nobody but Srila Prabhupada who actually took that order, who actually left India. He had nothing. He was living in Radha Damodar, I was told by Guptaji, Narottam Guptaji, his first doctor. 7 times he had malaria in 1 year. He was lying in his room in Radha Damodar, high fever, on a straw mat that he can roll together. His godbrothers came and said, Babu, you have to get bed, otherwise you die. And Prabhupada said, no, I want to use every paisa for book distribution. Think about that. How renounced Prabhupada was, how dedicated he was, how he was ready to sacrifice his life right there. I better die, rather than spend money for my comfort. Unbelievable. And so then I understood why he said, it's a very personal moment. I created a good fortune. Nobody else heard it. It was just between you and me. But actually, it is a universal fact for everybody, thousands of generations to come. He created our good fortune. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. That's it.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
I'm not finished.
Oh, you're not done.
Now we come to the second thought. The second thought. The second thought is this. I was packing my Sankirtan van one evening in Germany. Somebody came down from the car and said, you have to go to India on Monday. You bought a ticket, get your visa. Prabhupada is leaving. So before I knew, I was in front of Prabhupada 2 days later in his room. He was very emancipated. I cried when I saw Srila Prabhupada stage. So many things happened. And at the end of it, I thought it's personal, but Chandramouli Maharaj told me there are certain things that may be personal, but you have to let people know. It's not about you, it's about Prabhupada. That is in reference at one time, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, he read Srila Prabhupada's books, Bhagavatam, whatever. It was loud in his room, and he felt the atmosphere had changed. And so when he stopped reading, Prabhupada's voice came in 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and read to him very loudly. For 10 minutes, gradually the voice ebbed away. He said, can I tell this in public? It's confidential. He said, it is confidential. At the same time, you must tell it. It's not about me. It's about Prabhupada. So in the same way, this little thing I tell you right now, highly confidential, but at the same time, I will tell you. Because it will help you. So Prabhupada, he was lying in his bed, and in the evening he said, somebody must sing. So Tamal looked around. Anybody said, yes, I sing. So I sang. I thought it was about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It turned out to be 6 hours. And next, in the evening, Prabhupada said, come again. So I came again, 2 o'clock in the morning up to 8. Every single day, it's 3 weeks long. It's counted together, it's 126 hours. Most of the time I was alone with Prabhupada in his room. So now it sets the stage to something. That's why I'm telling you the story. When he left, last thing he said, everything moving and non-moving, there's nothing but Krishna. Second thing he said was, somebody gave him medicine and he didn't close the bottle. Prabhupada said, did you close the bottle? No, Prabhupada, I forgot. He said, that is your disease. You know how to open bottles, all of you. It's your disease, all of you. You know how to open bottles, you don't know how to close them, you start so many new things, you don't see the consequences. And the whole civilization is summed up in this shloka, practically speaking, opening bottles. Last thing he said, everything moving and non-moving is nothing but Krishna. Human pashyati sarvatra. One who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I'm never lost, nor is he ever lost. That's the verse right there. Then he said, Hare Krishna, and left. Huge kirtan broke out. Then Prabhupada was put together, his body was washed. I had some seva there. Next day, when Prabhupada was put into samadhi, and now we come to the point. Salt on the ground, I think there was a marble plate, then salt, salt, salt. He was sitting in yoga posture up to here, and then a stick was put behind his, bamboo rod behind his head all the way. Sand was put on top of the whole thing. No mice can penetrate a wall of salt. Sand, 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 and finally we came to the flat earth. I had to keep the people back. Tamal said, you are a German, you keep the people back. They're all pushing, like anything. So then they made a little hill around this pole. And they pulled the pole out. And there was a little hole in the ground for a moment. Now listen very carefully. That hole fell in with sand. That was it. Next night, and I take, so to say, permission from Chandramouli Maharaj. He said, you must tell that it's not about you, it's about Prabhupada. Next time, in the night, Prabhupada came in a very beautiful, translucent form. You could almost look through it. And the hole in the ground, it was like a chimney. I was leaning on the chimney. Prabhupada sat on the other side. He leaned on the chimney. We looked down. And then he looked to me with a very grave face and said, they think that I'm dead. And then he disappeared. Oh, I couldn't understand what that means. Years after Prabhupada disappeared, I could understand the application of the shloka, when the cat is away, the mice will play. So many things happen. You see? Only if you think Prabhupada is dead, you can do so many things. If you're in the presence of Prabhupada, you cannot. So it is an instruction to all of us. Number one, I'm coming. Number one, I created you good fortune, my good fortune, you good fortune, everybody's good fortune for thousands and thousands of years. Second of all, don't think Prabhupada is dead. I just gave you the first part of the story. The next part was given by Chandramouli Maharaj. Very practical. You see, it's not some fiction. It is actually true. He reasons ill who thinks that Vaishnava dies whilst he's living still in sound. That's Srila Prabhupada. He's there for all generations at all times, and we associate with him if we serve him. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Go Premananda.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Pritu Prabhu. Next we're going to hear from Sachinandana Prabhu. And then Nri Hari and his wife Baba Tarini, you can get ready, you'll be speaking after.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nivasesha Srinivadi Paschatya Desha Tarane. Dear Srila Prabhupada, you have given all of us such wonderful, relishable, devotional services to perform for Krishna's happiness, but also very much for our eternal benefit. I beg to thank you once again for the miraculous service you gave this fallen soul, where I am so often somehow allowed to see your astounding mercy miracles happening again and again. It is all about you, Srila Prabhupada. For example, recently in Bahrain, an island nation in the Persian Gulf, connected by a bridge to Saudi Arabia, the king of that nation asked for our books in Arabic, your books, Prabhupada, in Arabic. His Majesty the King Sheikh Hamad bin Isha bin Salman Al Khalifa, known as His Majesty Sheikh Hamad, was so interested in getting them that he created a royal drawer in his desk at his palace in anticipation of receiving them. That small nation that he governs is respected throughout the Muslim world, as it was the first nation in the Middle East that discovered oil under its land in the 1930s, which means that he personally knows all of the royal families throughout the Middle East. We can only imagine that he may be very, very interested in showing those books to his royal kingly friends. And what could happen after that? Well, only you know, Srila Prabhupada. Of course, on the other side, all of our services have difficulties and times that require a tolerance that may seem beyond our ability to manifest. But whenever we are blessed by you to think of what you went through, Srila Prabhupada, simply tolerating us in the first place, what to speak of your sweating blood to create and so quickly grow your wonderful ISKCON and BBT, I think that perspective brings us back to reality and with new purpose to give our lives to serve your ever-sweet lotus feet. I just wanted to offer you something, Srila Prabhupada. We were able to recently publish your Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, chapters 1 through 8, into Arabic. And this becomes the 5th book. So now we have an Arabic Pancha Tattva set, as it's called among the book distributors. But especially we pray so much for your mercy. Nothing can happen without your mercy and without your wish to bring Krishna consciousness all over the world. And especially, as you said, the Middle Eastern languages are so important to you. And anyone who helps do that, they get a very special blessing from you. So please bless this work that it will go all over the world, wherever the speakers of those languages live, visit, and study. Please, please, please help Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much, Sachinandana Prabhu. Nuhiri Prabhu, next, and his wife, Jatarini. When Dina Bandhu was speaking about Mr. Seti told me, because they were saying, why don't you get initiated? And he said, I do things that a disciple should never do. And that was his, he said, I have to take care of things for Srila Prabhupada.
Ajnanaatimirandasya Gyananjala Salakaya Chakshurumilitanyena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavari Paschatya Satarine. Nityananda Namastubhyam Premananda Pradayine Kalo Kalmasana Sanas Janava Pataye Namaha. Namo Mahabhadanaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namni Goratase Namaha. First of all, let me offer my Koti Danda Pranams and Pushpanjali offering at the lotus feet of my spiritual master, A.C. Abhayacharya Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, equally to all the great acharyas, and of course to all my senior god brothers, to the sannyasis present, to our my sisters, god sisters, to the devotees, the grand disciples, and to the public in general. Please accept my most humble obeisances, and I beg you for your mercy, that I may glorify my spiritual master in the proper light. Last century was a century of ideology fight. There was the National Socialism and the socialism on the other side, or the left and the right. And many people die. There were many wars because of that. These ideologies will probably satisfy only one section of the population, but not everybody, because they were under the three modes of material nature. So since I was a very little boy, I was in search of actually who God was. I was raised Catholic. And what is the soul? And the answers weren't satisfactory. There was something there. My mother taught me about the compassion. God is so compassionate, and about love. It was later on. I went into college, and my major was science. So I tried to find out the origins through science, and it was always changing. Also was unsatisfactory. So I went traveling. I took a year off. I went traveling, and I met devotees in Berkeley, at Berkeley campus. And the mantra was so attractive. I had heard the mantra before. Actually, my mother heard it on the radio in 69, 68. And she said, I think it means alegría, means happiness. I was born in Argentina. My original language is Castilian Spanish. And so I met devotees, and I got my first BTG, and it's simply wonderful. And that began my love search was almost done, but not really, because I put the magazine in my bag, and I ate the sweet bowl, and it was great. But also, my generation were looking for true ideals of love, fraternity, equality, and we saw the society was hypocritical. So, like Srila Prabhupada, the other day I was listening to a lecture, and Prabhupada said, yes, I can see the frustration of this generation,
my generation was frustrated. It's like a baby, and they cry is actually the cry of the soul. It's like when a baby cries, mother doesn't really know. Maybe it's the ant is biting. And this angst, this pain that we felt, it was that we were lacking true spiritual, transcendental knowledge. So later on, when I came back to, I went to London, and my dream was to come to India. I don't know why. There was a call in me that I had to come to India. So, make a story short, Srila Prabhupada gave me all these gifts, gave me a true knowledge by which I was satisfied, and also my generation was satisfied. In Argentina at that time, and at that time in the world, it wasn't very easy to go out and chant the holy name. Actually, we were attacked. Our temple was machine gun, tear gas, and machine gun again. I was taken to a political prison, 5 levels below ground, and threatened. My life was threatened. But Abhay Charnaravinda, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada put fearlessness in my heart. And you know, there's a story in the Bible that when Jesus tells his disciples to go and broadcast the message, and they all said, how are we going to do that? He said, don't worry, the Spirit will come to you. So Prabhupada came to me. I was fearless, as his name is, Abhay, fearless, a fearless preacher. And nowadays, I know some people say, well, they skipped the AC, and it was very dear to Prabhupada, and I think it exemplifies one of his qualities and character, the preaching. So fast forward, I was able to, with my sister, she became the art director for Pre-Press in Los Angeles, and I, from the very beginning, we were the first disciples of Srila Prabhupada in Argentina and Buenos Aires, and I had the honor to be able to register ISKCON. I was kind of innocent, didn't know, but they came after me, so I had to leave the country. My parents became devotees, and they met, you know, my mother met Srila Prabhupada. So all this search was over for me, and the way I just really stay in the movement, it was because of Prabhupada's books. I was asked to translate the Swami that opened the temple, was French-Canadian, Hanuman Swami, and I met him in the street. Actually, he was looking for a place to buy paint. He said, I'm opening a temple, and here's a card, and they had the Maha Mantra. So I was able to then immediately be in touch with Prabhupada's books. And like I said, I had my BTG, but then it was stolen, so I wasn't able to really study the philosophy. But when I heard, and when I started reading and translating Bhagavad Gita, that was it. I was sold. I had to join this movement. It responded to all that, finding the right philosophy or the right movement that will satisfy all the needs of the entire humanity, not just one section. And it was scientific. I love those Prabhupada's words that say bona fide and scientific. And it wasn't a drug hallucination. It was some kind of fad. No, it was very ancient and very eternal and very present. So my debt to Srila Prabhupada is forever. My enthusiasm or whatever fearlessness I had when I went so-called preaching and distributing his books and talking, it was all through him. He came through me and enthused others to stay, to join, and take advantage of this great movement. Nowadays we have different challenges, but in those days, I tell you, it wasn't that easy to spread the holy name around. But it was Prabhupada's actually always his presence, and his humble presence, because we were known around the world as Hare Krishnas, no Prabhupadas.
So Prabhupada, thank you very much. Thank you all for have joined in this magnificent movement, giving you all this. I'm impressed in awe of all of you who have given and dedicated your life to propagate the holy name and to serve Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Prabhu, could the two of us sing a song we wrote about Srila Prabhupada? And then I'd like to speak a little bit about being here when Prabhupada entered Samadhi. Okay. 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 We don't have any instruments, but this song is entitled 1896, the year Srila Prabhupada was born. 1896, 1896, that holy year in Calcutta, you appeared. You came to set the whole world free. By Nityananda's causeless mercy, you came to set the whole world free. And it's coming down in line from your spiritual masters. You came to set the whole world free. By Lord Gauranga's causeless mercy, and your message of service to God is the answer. You are a transcendental gardener, planting seeds in barren ground, watered by your instructions. Bloom into the holy sound, being sung in every village and every town. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. You came to set the whole world free. By order of the pure devotee, you came to set the whole world free. And it's coming down in line from your spiritual master. You came to set the whole world free. By order of the pure devotee, you came to set the whole world free. And your message of service to God wards off disaster. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. 1896, 1896. Thank you.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
So, I wanted to say a few words about the day, this day in 1977. I was present in Vrindavan, and we were having lunch, prasadam, when someone came in and said, Srila Prabhupada's going to leave his body, or I don't know how they worded it, but he's leaving in a few hours. So everyone come into his room. And everyone jumped up and left the prasadam on the floor and whatever. Some of people even left their bead bags, and we all poured into Srila Prabhupada's room. And I had two little girls with me, a toddler and a 4-year-old, and my daughter was living in the community, so she came in the room also. She was staying with another family. And we all began chanting, and I noticed none of the Gurukula boys were there. So I went back outside, and they were all playing different games, and having a wonderful time because everyone had forgotten about them. So I gathered up my son Vrindavan Das, who had been initiated by Prabhupada October 24th with 9 other Gurukula boys. He was 10. And then Raghunath Das, Jagadatri's son, and Madhava Das, Norton Manihar, the teacher's son, and brought them into the room. The other ones hid from me. I don't know how many other boys came in. So these 3 boys were right there with Srila Prabhupada, massaging his hands, massaging his feet. And then my son wanted me to tell this to everyone because he can't be here. He's in Hawaii. He said he was looking for the last 15 minutes, and as it was described, the chanting was just like us calling out. No one was leading. I don't even know what the melody was. We were just chanting from our hearts, trying to keep Srila Prabhupada here. We thought if we just chanted loud enough and sincerely enough, Srila Prabhupada would stay with us. And my son was sitting right next to Pishima, Prabhupada's sister, Jatarini Dasi. And he was watching them, and Srila Prabhupada took his last breath, and Pishima had them put the Ganges water in his mouth. And then everyone, it went around the room. Srila Prabhupada's departed, and he was our life, our breath. He was our mother, our father, our sister, our brother, our husband, our lover, everything to us. And we didn't ever think he would leave us, and we didn't know how to continue. But then we had this realization that we didn't know Krishna. We just loved Srila Prabhupada, and we wanted to be with him and follow him and do whatever he said and please him. And we could walk, take a train, a boat, a plane, a bus, a car, a motorcycle, a bicycle, a tanga, and we could come see him. Now he'd gone to be with Krishna, so now we all had to become lovers of Krishna so that we could be reunited with Srila Prabhupada. And that meant we had to love each other. And actually, for 2 weeks, it was like if you were in the presence of Prabhupada, many of you have experienced this, and Jatarini was saying the same thing. There's no anxiety, like what's the difficulty? There's no difficulty. So for 2 weeks, there was no difficulty. We loved, all of the devotees loved each other. We were willing to do whatever service, but then somehow we lost the perspective that Srila Prabhupada was with us. And these gatherings and festivals where we come together, we reawaken the realization that Srila Prabhupada has never left us. And on one level, yes, he's somewhere else, and they're having a huge Sankirtan, and all of our God sisters and God brothers are one by one going to join this big Harinam with Srila Prabhupada. Please forgive any offenses. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Now we're going to hear from Sankarshan Prabhu, and then we'll be hearing from His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj.
Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschadajishatarine. So, thank you very much for this opportunity. This is really ecstatic, what can I say, super ecstatic celebration here today. I have my offerings in three parts. The first is the mercy of Prabhupada. The second is the mercy of the disciple of Prabhupada. And the third is begging benediction. So the first one is the mercy of Prabhupada. So when I joined ISKCON, I was a new brahmachari there in Austin, Texas. Our leader was Vishnujana Swami. And I asked him a question one day. He said, I don't know, why don't you write Prabhupada? So, all right, I'll write Prabhupada a letter. And Prabhupada is very good at answering letters, very good at answering letters. I wrote letter after letter after letter, many letters. I wasn't a big devotee, just a rank and file brahmachari. There probably wrote so many nice letters back to me. Then there was a new policy. No more letters, only GBCs, temple presidents, that's it, finished. I went, oh my God, no more letters. I was devastated. No, I can't write a Papa anymore. Oh, I was devastated. Well, you know what I did? I wrote another letter. I didn't put my name on the return address, hoping it would get through security. And I got a letter from Prabhupada. He reminded me of the new policy, but he said, but if there's any urgent matter, I'm always happy to hear from my beloved disciples. Wow, Prabhupada gave me a concession. But I didn't need to write him anymore. I knew I had access to Prabhupada whenever I wanted it, but I didn't need it anymore. So the second one is the mercy of the disciple of Prabhupada. As I mentioned earlier, I was not a rank and file. I'm one of these biggies in the morning walks, the darshans. I didn't go to the Mayapur, didn't collect enough to go to Mayapur. So I was always at a distance. But last time, in Atlanta, in '75, I got the opportunity to, Prabhupada was there, so I put myself right by the Vyasa-san, a few inches away, as close as I could get, right there. And so I'm just a few inches away from Prabhupada, and I'm gazing across Prabhupada's lap. And there was one devotee there. He was Prabhupada's personal servant. His name was Shruti Kirti Prabhu. And I looked over at Shruti Kirti, he gave me the most beautiful, loving smile right across Prabhupada's lap. And it was like Prabhupada's mercy was reflected off Shruti Kirti. So in that way I felt connected through Shruti Kirti. He was a mirror. Prabhupada's mercy was bouncing off of him. Shruti Kirti Prabhu Ki Jai. He's Prabhupada's mirror for me. It's still Prabhupada's mirror. I look at him, I feel connected with Prabhupada. Just looking at his smiling face, I still feel connected with Srila Prabhupada. So the third one is begging a benediction. Begging a benediction. Well, Prabhupada told us in Los Angeles in 1973 to live with the world. So this benediction I'm begging of Srila Prabhupada on this most auspicious occasion, all the assembled devotees, please bless me. I can take birth after birth after birth in this material world until every single living entity in this material world is delivered back to home, back to Godhead. Please bless me. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much, Sankarshan Prabhu. Now we'll be hearing from Giriraj Maharaj. And then after Giriraj Maharaj, Moksha Lakshmi, Mataji. Okay.
Hare Krishna, my dear devotees. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve, Gauravani Pracharine, Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Jatarini. Vanchakalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Once on his Guru Maharaj's disappearance day, Srila Prabhupada said, quote, "On the absolute platform, there is no difference between the appearance and the disappearance of the spiritual master. Both are beautiful, just like the sunrise and the sunset." End quote. So although we feel separation, within that separation our remembrance of Srila Prabhupada is heightened, and thus we experience the beauty of his presence in separation. To straightaway speak about Srila Prabhupada's departure feels abrupt to me because it is a painful topic. But remembering Srila Prabhupada's words that the disappearance is also beautiful, I wanted to share with you a lesson I learned from his departure. A few days before he was to leave us, Srila Prabhupada expressed a desire to travel by bullock cart to Govardhan Hill to celebrate Govardhan Puja with the Vrajavasis. A group of devotees, including His Holiness Lokanath Swami, naturally became very enthusiastic to fulfill Srila Prabhupada's desire and began to make all arrangements. At the same time, another group, Srila Prabhupada's personal attendants, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami, His Holiness Bhakti True Swami, and others, were distressed, feeling that Prabhupada's health would not sustain his travels on a bullock cart, and that because he was so emaciated, he had practically no flesh on his bones, it would be very painful for him to go. Some devotees feared that he might even give up his body on the way. So they did not want him to be subjected to what they foresaw as certain pain and perhaps the consequence of death. So a controversy ensued. Each group was saying things in a particular way that supported their particular point of view. The evening before the planned parikrama, Srila Prabhupada was lying on his bed. Many of you have seen his bed in his house in Vrindavan. Bhakti True Swami was in the room, and Srila Prabhupada's godbrother Akinchana Krishnadas Babaji Maharaj was there for a visit. He and Prabhupada had an extraordinarily affectionate relationship. So Bhakti True thought, let me appeal to Babaji Maharaj. If he asks Prabhupada not to go, then Prabhupada may listen. And when he explained the situation to Babaji Maharaj, Maharaj declared that he shouldn't go. Quote, "So do you all jointly request me not to go?" Srila Prabhupada asked when Maharaj had conveyed his conclusion. Ji, Maharaj confirmed. Quote, "We were getting so upset," end quote. Tamal Krishna agreed. Quote, "Two devotees told me the road is so bad that if you go on it, you're going to be jolted back and forth. The road is terrible. I just can't understand, Srila Prabhupada, why it has to be tomorrow that we have to go. If anybody wants you to travel, I do. But why do we have to go when you're in this condition? I can't understand it, end quote. All right, Srila Prabhupada said, I will not go. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, said Bhavananda. I was in too much anxiety. No, I cannot put you in anxiety. I shall do what you like. Actually, Srila Prabhupada said to Krishna, we're so attached to you that you practically drive us to madness sometimes. Tonight we were becoming mad. End quote. Quote. No, I shall not do that, Prabhupada said. And to Babaji Maharaj he added, quote, just see how much they love me. Left hand, right hand, I cannot refuse, end quote. Quote. The way you deal with us simply deepens our attachment every moment, end quote, Tamal Krishna added. And Prabhupada replied, quote, it is my duty, end quote. For the devotees in the room, it was a jubilant occasion that Prabhupada had agreed to wait. But when the news reached the other group, they were upset. Quote, this is not our duty as disciples to try to prevail upon our spiritual master. Our duty is to execute his will. He said that he wants to go by bullock cart to Govardhan, and our duty is to arrange for what he wants. Our duty is not to advise him or prevail upon him according to our perception. End quote. The controversy continued until the end, the anniversary of which is today. And even after Prabhupada left, I couldn't determine who was right. There were devotees senior to me on both sides, devotees whom I respected and had served. It was my habit or practice to chant japa in Srila Prabhupada's rooms, though not when he was there. And after he departed, I did that. I was in his room chanting japa, and behind his bed was an area with his bookshelves, when somehow my eyes fell upon the new volume of Srimad Bhagavatam that had just arrived, the 10th canto, volume 2. I opened it up, and it happened to open to chapter 9, Mother Yashoda binds Krishna. I read a few verses and purports, and then I came to 2 verses that, to me, answered the question. Text 18, translation. Because of Mother Yashoda's hard labor, her whole body became covered with perspiration, and the flowers and comb were falling from her hair. When child Krishna saw his mother thus fatigued, he became merciful to her and agreed to be bound. Text 19, translation. O Maharaj Parikshit, the entire universe, with its great exalted demigods like Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, and Lord Indra, is under the control of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yet the Supreme Lord has one transcendental attribute. He comes under the control of his devotees. This was now exhibited by Krishna in this pastime. When I read these verses, I thought, this is what happened. The spiritual master is the transparent medium through which Krishna manifests himself. Of course, in Vraja Bhakti, the relationship with Krishna is different. In Vraja, Krishna exhibits Nar-lila, human-like pastimes, in which there is complete intimacy and freedom between the devotees and the Lord. In the relationship between the disciples and the spiritual master, there is always an element of awe and reverence and duty. Still, duty is meant to lead to love. And Srila Prabhupada did say to Babaji Maharaj, quote, "Just see how much they love me," end quote. So when I read the verse from the 10th canto, I thought of the controversy. When the disciples had expressed themselves, "We want you to stay, we want you to get healthy," Prabhupada had said, "This is real love. Just see how much they love me." So I think that all the disciples in this loving controversy were acting on the basis of their realization of their devotion for Srila Prabhupada. But I believe that what Srila Prabhupada was doing was drawing out our loving sentiments beyond our just following the order. Following the order is a given. There's no question. We have to follow the order of the spiritual master. To disobey the order of the spiritual master is an offense against the holy name. It is a basic principle of spiritual life. So we are not talking about disobeying the order of the spiritual master. We are talking about developing loving feelings for the spiritual master and expressing them to him. When Srila Prabhupada brought us to that stage in these two incidents, he commented, "This is real love. Just see how much they love me." So this is a very deep pastime of Srila Prabhupada's. Among the disciples who were around him at the end, it was understood that he was the perfect Acharya. He had taught us by his own example how to live in Krishna consciousness, and now he was teaching us how to die in Krishna consciousness. That was the general idea in those months and weeks, that he was showing us how to retire to a holy place and how to be absorbed in hearing the holy names of the Lord, and how up to the end, even in his delicate condition, he was trying to push forward the movement and was translating and dictating purports to Srimad Bhagavatam until the very end. In that way, he was showing us how to die in Krishna consciousness. But within that final lesson, he also brought us to this more intimate level of exchange where we could express to him our heart's deepest desires, even in spite of the barriers that I would say he deliberately put up. He deliberately put up the barriers, but then he inspired us to break through them, to reach out to him and express our love for him and ask him to stay with us. Even though Srila Prabhupada has now left that body, we still have that choice. Do we want him to stay with us or not? And I remember that at that time, although we had been going along in the mood that whatever Krishna wanted was all right, when we understood what really should have been in our hearts, that we wanted him to stay, we thought, maybe we want to be the controllers, to be the enjoyers. So there is always that question. Do we want the kingdom of God without God's representative? Or do we want the kingdom of God, with his representative, as their humble servants? And so I pray to Srila Prabhupada that I will always remember this lesson, and always pray and act in such a way that he will be pleased to stay with each of us individually and all of us collectively, and bind us to his lotus feet eternally. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. Now we're going to hear from Moksha Lakshmi. We have officially one more hour of offerings of glorification to Srila Prabhupada, and we still have a dozen Srila Prabhupada disciples, and they can all get an opportunity if we can keep it within 5 minutes.
My dearest Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your wonderful lotus feet. All glories to you, my divine spiritual master. November the 14th, 1977 will be forever etched in my memory. It was my 25th birthday, and having been brought up in the West, must admit I was in a bit of an enjoying mood, expecting a few presents, etc. The day, to say the least, did not go as expected. The mood changed when a crazy-eyed devotee wobbling on a bike arrived at my home in what is now the Goshala to announce that you, Srila Prabhupada, were leaving your body. He was sent to get my friend Vishalini's milk so it could be used to bathe your body, Srila Prabhupada, after you left us. I always remember how Vishalini and I looked at one another without uttering a single word, locked our doors, and ran to the temple. Shocked doesn't come near describing the feelings of turmoil that made my blood run cold as we ran to the temple. Of course, when I look back on everything, all the signs that you were preparing to leave us were there. I mean, our major topic of conversation at that time was what you had eaten. It had been such a huge deal when the juicer had come from America, we thought, to save your life by nourishing you with fresh juices. I had seen for myself how frail your body was when you began your journey to America. The car carrying you to Delhi had miraculously stopped in such a position that I was staring down at you and you were staring up at me. I was deeply shocked to see that your body was just skin on top of bone. But somehow it never occurred to me that you would actually leave us. Illusion is a powerful entity. So there I was running to see you, unsure of what I would find, your departure being reported as so imminent. At your house, many devotees had already gathered and were surrounding your bed, singing in kirtan. It was revealed that your Ayurvedic doctor attending you had explained exactly what would happen to your body, and even stated, almost prophetically, how long it would take. This was no false alarm, Prabhupada. You were really going to leave us. And so the day passed around your bed in the darshan room of your house in Vrindavan, the place you called home. Some devotees left to perform their service or other necessities. Many did not leave. I was frightened to leave. I did not want to lose a single second of this last opportunity I had to spend in your precious presence. The whole time I was mentally calculating the hours and then minutes of time left according to the Kaviraj's prognosis, which turned out to be eerily predictive. I remember the devotees arriving from Delhi so near to the time of your departure. I can still see the look of complete shock on Mohini Shakti's face. As the day had progressed, the kirtan changed to intensity as the time of your departure approached, until everyone was chanting in unity with no one actually leaving. And then, about 7:20 in the evening, surrounded by your frantically chanting devotees, your soul left your body, and my life changed forever. At this point, someone asked to leave the room as your servants were going to change your clothes. Someone who remained in the room told me the smell of sandalwood and roses came from your body, permeating the room. Grief affects people in different ways. Outside, one devotee started hysterically crying, and another slapped him hard on the face, shocking me. Not everyone allowed themselves to show their emotions so visibly. On reflection, I think many devotees were in shock. I know I was. Then you appeared on your palanquin and were carried to the temple room. You stopped in front of each of the 3 altars and devotees circumambulating your body. Then the whole palanquin was tied to your Vyasasan, where you remained seated for the night. And there many of us remained chanting through the night. Word had come from the Goswamis at the Radharaman temple that Vrindavan in its Brajabasi should get its last darshan of you. Thus, after Mangal arted, still seated in your palanquin, you were taken on one magnificent but sad parade into the town of Vrindavan, passing many of its landmark temples. The previous time I'd walked into Vrindavan with you was a very different mood, a celebration that the Krishna Balaram temple was finally opened. Now, only 2.5 years later, I felt a calamity had befallen on all of us. You, being a great planner, had already ordered a hole to be dug on the side of the front of the temple in preparation for your samadhi. How I hated that hole. So on our return from that sobering procession, you were placed, none too gently, into that samadhi hole. And there we watched helplessly as your body was garlanded, showered with pink rose petals, and then, in what seemed like such a final act, packed with salt until you became invisible to our material eyes. During this process, the devotees were passing flowers and salt out of the samadhi and distributing them to the devotees sitting above for keepsakes. I wonder how much of this precious maha still exists. After your body was encased in salt, the hole was filled with the treasured Brajaraj, the holy earth of Vrindavan. A pole was placed from the top of your head through the soil, so the exact place of your body would be known. A small mound of earth was then created to mark the spot. After all, a magnificent samadhi was to be built to honor you. What to speak of the Mangal Arati and other worship that would be performed henceforth. Consequently, after the longest day of my life, I found myself staring at the mound of earth long after everyone had left. I didn't know what to do or where to go. I knew life had changed. There was a feeling of loneliness, despair, and disbelief. And that is why I can never say I'm celebrating your disappearance day, only observing it. I'm sure there was a great celebration when you rejoined Krishna in the spiritual world. I'm happy for you, Srila Prabhupada, but I just cannot celebrate because I miss you so much. Of course, with the wisdom accumulated over these many years, and only by your mercy, Srila Prabhupada, I know that I can be as close to you, or for that matter, as distant from you as I choose. Thank you for letting me share this final pastime with you. Your servant, Moksha Lakshmi Devi.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much, Moksha Lakshmi. Now we're going to hear from Shruti Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
And then if Smar Hari Prabhu and Dari Baksha will come up here, they'll be speaking.
I'll try to go quickly in the interest of time. I was reflecting on how Prabhupada had the potency to bring us this Krishna consciousness beyond anyone else we've ever seen. I saw that when we were listening to Prabhupada singing this morning, and it reminded me of the first time I went to LA Temple to see Prabhupada, February 70, and when he had led the kirtan, it was a most magnificent experience to hear him chanting the holy names in pure love of God. And the next time I went, everybody was lining up for Prabhupada to touch them on the head, and there was no room for me, so I knelt in the gutter, and the car door opened, so Prabhupada walked past me. But when the car door shut, Prabhupada looked up at me and said, "Oh, Hare Krishna," and he got out and he touched me on the head. And I immediately felt relieved of so much bad karma and so much contamination from the past. And I experienced this so many times with Srila Prabhupada when Bhavatrini was talking about how the anxiety was gone. one day during the war in Mumbai, I was doing the Artik in the evening, and the Pakistani planes, they dropped bombs in the water right close to where we were at Akash Ganga building. And I thought, I'm in a dangerous place. So I used to go into Prabhupada's room after the Artik and give him the water and the flour. And the next day I was in big anxiety. And Prabhupada was talking to Tamal Krishna, Yadubara, and Vishaka. And he stopped them for a second. He says, just a minute. And I can still see him staring up at me. And he said, so everything is all right? And just like that, the anxiety disappeared. And I was amazed at how Prabhupada made it go away. And in Mumbai, I used to get to take Prabhupada's plate to him, and I would put away the Sanskrit commentaries by Jiva Goswami, Sridhar Swami, Bhaktisiddhanta, and Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. And I could tell there was like no secrets from this person, but I felt totally safe with it. And Prabhupada knew how to bring us the essence of Krishna consciousness, and he knew what Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada wanted. You know, Bhaktisiddhanta gave a lecture on Vedanta, its mortology and ontology. And even though Prabhupada was concerned about the mortology, meaning the form, he was more concerned about the ontology, the content of bringing us Krishna consciousness according to the time, the place, and the circumstances. And I saw that when Prabhupada laid the cornerstone in Mayapur for our TOVB project on March 2nd, 1972. He brought all of his godbrothers together, and he says, now that we're together, the disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta, we'll stay together. Instead of working as splinter movements, we'll work as one movement and form a governing body commission, as our spiritual master had wanted. So I see how Prabhupada had the form down, the morphology of how to spread Krishna consciousness, but he placed much more importance on the ontology, getting the real content of Krishna consciousness out. And because he had that content of pure love of Krishna, he was able to deliver us. Hare Krishna.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you very much, Shuri Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from our godbrother of Vyasaki Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Om Gyantimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya. Every one of us was born in the darkness of ignorance. We had to learn how to walk, how to talk, how to read, how to write. But by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, he came to all of us. He gave us his mercy. He opened our darkened eyes so that we could see reality. And what was that mercy that Srila Prabhupada gave us? Mukam karoti vachalam pangum langhayate girim. That we were able to speak wonderfully, speak spiritually. That we were able to overcome all obstacles. And that he gave us that special process of bhakti yoga. And the key to go back home, back to Godhead, the Maha Mantra. So, we are so indebted to Srila Prabhupada. So how do we repay him? And that, answer was given by Srila Prabhupada this morning in the class. He said, we must all become acharya. We have to walk the talk. We have to become living truth. And he defined the meaning of acharya. One who is spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world, following in the footsteps of the other acharyas who were spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world. So this is the special service that we can do for Srila Prabhupada, is to continue his mission and spread it all over the world. He said in the class, we could spread it to hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, million, 10 million. But why stop there? We just keep on going until every person becomes influenced and purified and benedicted by the holy name of the Lord. So Srila Prabhupada fulfilled the prophecy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by bringing the holy name to every town and village. But he left one special service for us, which he didn't do, which we can do and we must do in order to repay or attempt to repay our debt to Prabhupada. And that is that we must distribute the holy name to every house on every city street. That's our service. Prabhupada opened up every town and every village. Now we have to go to every house on every city street, which means it's personal. We preach to people, we make them devotees. We change their life as a representative of the Guru Parampara. So every one of us has been saved by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, and therefore we now can repay him by fulfilling the mission to every house on every city street. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from Smar Hari Prabhu, and then we'll hear from Surabi Devi Dasi.
How short do you want?
Shorter than me.
Haribol. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishnavastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharne Nirvasesa Sunyavadi Paskacha Desitarne. Well, as Dina Bandhu said, it's a full house. And this is so wonderful. I was speaking briefly this morning to a person on the Vrindavan municipality. They said that today there is more people in Vrindavan than there are rooms, and they counted 10,000 people sleeping without rooms on the Parakram path last night. So Vrindavan has certainly changed. I was in Vrindavan town a few days ago in the Chunamundi Bazaar, and someone called me by name, so I turned and looked, and it was Giriraj, the person who had sold the wood, who had supplied the wood to the original construction of the temple, the Krishna Balaram guest house, and the Gurukul. It was hundreds and hundreds of cubic meters of wood which had gone to the construction there. He was surprised to see me. It had been a long time. I had known him years and years ago, and decades ago. And we were talking about Vrindavan, we were talking about ISKCON, we were talking about Srila Prabhupada.
And he said, it's beyond question, it's firmly established in all of the Brijbasis' thoughts and conclusions that Srila Prabhupada was an absolutely incredible person. There are not many devotees today who were in Vrindavan before the construction of the Krishna Balaram temple. Giriraj Maharaj, he had come here, Guru Kripa, Garga Muni. There are a few devotees who have the ability to more accurately compare the state of the dusty village of Vrindavan to what it has become today. And this is largely owing to Srila Prabhupada and the ISKCON devotees, that Vrindavan has just become so popular, such a popular destination. There are thousands and thousands of empty apartments here in Vrindavan which belong to Indian nationals who have worked in the Middle East for 20, for 30, for 40 years, and as soon as they stop working as merchants, as engineers, as accountants, as doctors, as so many things, as soon as they stop working, they no longer have the right to live in the Middle East. So, planning ahead for this, they have bought apartments in Vrindavan, and these people, they plan to retire here and live in Vrindavan for their final days. So this has become such a destination that Srila Prabhupada has been responsible for. So, but it's not that Srila Prabhupada's glory is in him changing the landscape, or changing the function, or changing the popularity of Vrindavan town. No, rather, Srila Prabhupada's glory is in that he changed people internally. One of the first books which Srila Prabhupada published in the USA, even prior to the formation of the BBT in 1972, was The Nectar of Devotion. This is a summary study of Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And in this, Srila Prabhupada gave from Rupa Goswami so much guidance and instruction on how to perform devotional service, how to link with Krishna, how to please Krishna. There were 9 processes of devotional service which were outlined in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Srila Prabhupada's Nectar of Devotion. First was hearing, Shravanam, and the person most noted for this was Parikshit Maharaj, who heard Srimad Bhagavatam. Chanting, Kirtanam, was Sukadev Goswami, who had recited. Remembering, Shmaranam, was Prahlad Maharaj. He was most noted for his remembering of the Supreme Lord. Serving, Padasevanam, was Lakshmi. Deity worship, Archanam, was Prithu Maharaj. Praying, Vandanam, Akuru. Number 7, executing orders. Dasyam, the most famous person for this in the whole of India, was Hanuman. Serving as a friend, Shakyam, was Arjun. And complete surrender, Atmanivedanam, was Bali Maharaj. So Srila Prabhupada, he gave us the 9 process of devotional service. So everything that ISKCON does, all of ISKCON's function, all of the programs, all of the outreach, the entire syllabus of ISKCON is within these 9 processes. So anyone can follow Srila Prabhupada, follow his instructions simply by engaging in these 9 processes, these 9 different aspects, facets of devotional service. As Lokanath Maharaj pointed out, next year, 2026, is the 60th anniversary of the formation of ISKCON. In July 13th, 1966, Srila Prabhupada registered the ISKCON Society with the religious corporation under the Religious Corporation Law of New York City and New York State. So Srila Prabhupada, in this registration, he listed 7 different purposes of ISKCON. And the purposes were, number 1, to propagate spiritual knowledge. And Prabhupada wrote that this was to achieve real unity in the world. And real peace. Peace and unity in the world. This was the first principle. The second objective, the second purpose, was to spread the teachings of Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. The third was to bring members of the society together, and to bring them closer to Krishna in recognition that each person was a part and parcel of Krishna's qualities. The fourth purpose was to teach the Sankirtan movement of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The fifth was to erect holy places for the glorification of the Lord. The sixth was promotion of a much more natural and spiritual life with Krishna as the center. And the seventh purpose was to publish books and magazines on the subject of Krishna consciousness. So Srila Prabhupada, this is the 48th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada's passing away. So not everybody was here at that time, and not everybody was even a member of ISKCON at that time, because ISKCON has grown 100 times bigger than it was in Srila Prabhupada's lifetime. So Srila Prabhupada's instructions and Srila Prabhupada's teachings was not just for those original disciples who were in his presence during his lifetime. No, Srila Prabhupada was an acharya. He was like Madhvacharya. He was like Ramanujacharya. He was a great Vaishnavacharya whose teachings are for all time. So each one of us who follows Srila Prabhupada in the 9 processes of devotional service which he recommended, and each one of us who aligns his practical activities to the 7 purposes of ISKCON as outlined by Srila Prabhupada in 1966. There's going to be a huge celebration of this, particularly in New York City. There's going to be a huge festival next year in the summertime. So all of us who align our practical application of devotional service to these 7 purposes, each of us is a follower of Srila Prabhupada. And each of us can gain the benefits offered by Srila Prabhupada of returning back home, back to Godhead. I have seen personally 3 letters that Srila Prabhupada wrote to different devotees in which he said, if you follow the regulative principles, if you chant Hare Krishna, if you chant 16 rounds, you will go back home, back to Godhead, and see Krishna face to face. Prabhupada wrote, this is guaranteed. So Srila Prabhupada is extraordinary. When I was speaking to the wood supplier in Vrindavan, he was happy to see me after so many years. We were talking about, he said there's no doubt in anybody's mind in Vrindavan how extraordinary Srila Prabhupada was. And this extraordinariness has extended that each and every one of us who takes shelter of Srila Prabhupada, this great Vaishnavacharya, and who follows his recommendations through this governance of the ISKCON society, then we too can see Krishna face to face in the spiritual world and participate. Like who was it who said today that they're looking down and say, oh, this is Prabhupada with his disciples. So we have a glorious future ahead of us if only we remain faithful and remain steadfast and continue to follow in the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you very much, Sarabi Mataji. Welcome. Then we'll hear from Mukunda Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vistaya Padaya Shrimati Bhattamana Tismam Tinam Namas Tisman Vibhacharani Visesasani Bari Bhaskajast.
So we are so blessed today to be here with all these wonderful devotees. And it's all because of this wonderful person sitting here. And none of us would even know anything about Krishna, anything about Rama, anything about Radharani, if it wasn't for Srila Prabhupada. He gave us everything. We're eternally indebted to Srila Prabhupada. And he just wanted us to follow his instructions, not to change anything, and to distribute his books. One time he said, just by seeing a devotee, the people will be reminded of Krishna. I had wonderful experience with that. I was on a bus stop and I was wearing a nice sari. And this man came up to me and he said, do you mind me asking? He said, this is very beautiful what you're wearing. He said, do you mind asking me why you wear this? And I said, I'm Hare Krishna. And he immediately said, oh yes, Govindas. And then he said to me, and what is this, if you don't mind, what is this mark on your nose? And I said, this means this body is a temple of God. And he said, wow, that is understandable. So we should be very proud to be representatives of this wonderful man and go out in our nice devotional clothes and never to be ashamed of what we're wearing, because it is so nice clothes and it reminds the people of Krishna. And you have so many encounters with people coming and saying how your dress is beautiful. They see the difference in the devotees, because devotees actually have a shine about them. And that's coming from doing devotional service. I was visiting some devotees in a small town, and they said it hadn't rained for many years. And now all of a sudden it's been raining, and all the farmers are very, very happy because the town, which was very dry before, now has become green. And I said, yes, it's because you're living here and you're chanting Hare Krishna. They were the only devotees in that town, but they were practicing devotional service and chanting Hare Krishna and giving prasadams to their friends. So whether we know it or not, what we're doing has an impact. We went to Hyderabad in 1975,
and it hadn't rained for many, many years. And Prabhupada said all the devotees should go on Sankirtan. So we went on Sankirtan, and the next day it poured rain. And that was because there was a sacrifice, the Hare Krishna mantra. So we're eternally indebted to this wonderful man. We can never, for the rest of our lives, repay him for what he's given. And even the people in Vrindavan, they were saying one time, our Srila Prabhupada, he put Vrindavan on the map. And we can see that. When we came here in 1975, it was only dry, very dry, and there was a few little huts around the place. Now look at it, it's amazing. And when you go on the Govardhan Parakram, which I'm going for the first time, and you walk there, there's hundreds and hundreds of people. And all this came about because of Srila Prabhupada going to the West and bringing his dancing white elephants here to India. And it made the people realize that we have something special. We're trying to take up the Western ideals, but Prabhupada has brought his dancing white elephants to remind us what a treasure we have. And now people are coming here to Vrindavan. There's just everywhere, wanting to go on the parakram, wanting to come and see deities. The deities in the temples, when we first came to Vrindavan, they weren't dressed very nice. They looked really sad. Sometimes some of the clothes had holes in them. But they said, oh, Srila Prabhupada, he's changed Vrindavan. Because when you go into Krishna Balaram Mandir and you see those beautiful clothes, after some time they began to realize we can do better than this. And so then they started purchasing cloth and making nicer clothes and making the deities look really beautiful in every temple. And now they have so many people wanting to donate to their temples and looking after them. And so many people come to Vrindavan now to want to see this beautiful Krishna Balaram Mandir and all the other deities here in Vrindavan. So we are eternally blessed by Srila Prabhupada, and we should try our hardest to distribute his books and give Krishna to everyone. Because there's so many people, you just be nice, you just be friendly. Prabhupada taught us to kill with kindness. So just be kind, and they'll remember, oh, these Hare Krishnas, they are nice people, right? They are nice people. And then, when you offer them a book, they'll want to have it. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada, Savior of the whole world, Ki Jai.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to hear from Mukunda Prabhu.
Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Lankayate Girim Yerkrapatamaham Vande Shri Gurum Dinataranam. I think any disciple of Srila Prabhupada remembers exactly where he or she was when they got the news on or around November 14th, 1977. I know where I was. I know what I was doing. I know what time it was of day. It's not something that can be forgotten. We've already heard from a few speakers now that we didn't really believe that Srila Prabhupada would actually leave this world, because on a regular basis, on a daily basis, Srila Prabhupada was always disproving the laws of nature in his own activities and his unimaginable character, his purity, his accomplishments, and in fulfilling the orders of his spiritual master. So this day came, and for about anywhere in between 6 months to 2 years after Srila Prabhupada left, almost every single Srimad Bhagavatam class that was given was about Srila Prabhupada. Everything that we saw reminded us about Srila Prabhupada. I don't know who else was there in 1978, Mayapur Festival, but when Brahmananda Swami gave a lecture on the 5th canto instructions from Rishabhadev to his sons, he recited the verse and then he spoke maybe 2 sentences. He said, these sons of Rishabhadev are very fortunate that they got such instructions from their father. And then he added that I didn't get such instructions from my father. I didn't get such instructions from my father. And then he just broke down and started to cry because he couldn't stand the separation from Srila Prabhupada. That year I was in Mayapur, of course, and when I looked up towards Srila Prabhupada's room, I saw what seemed to be Srila Prabhupada sitting on the balcony there, looking out, except that the figure was dressed in white cloth and had hair, because it was Prabhupada's sister Pisima. But for a long, long time, it took devotees a long time to get adjusted after Srila Prabhupada left. But we had a sense of duty instilled in us, if we didn't have it already, by great personalities like Tamal Krishna Goswami. I wasn't here in Vrindavan when Prabhupada left. I was out on Sankirtan in America because I was serving under Tamal Krishna Goswami. And devotees took shelter of the need of the hour, which was to carry on Srila Prabhupada's mission. That was his instruction. And so many times Srila Prabhupada said, just as I've helped you, you help others. And there's really no greater benefit, there's no greater ideal to live for in this short span of opportunity that we call human life. There's really nothing better than that. Whatever empires of sand castles we build during this life, they'll all be destroyed in due course of time. Nothing substantial here in this world. But this thing is substantial. This divine love that Srila Prabhupada came as the representative of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu on the order of his spiritual master to share with all of us. That is the mission of this Bhaktivedanta family. That is the great adventure that we have to look forward to with the rest of our lives, however long that may be. Most of us will be going away soon. But this Vani lives forever. And while we're here in this world, we have only to pray to every speck of dust in Vrindavan, every cow that we see here in Vrindavan, every tree that we encounter in Vrindavan. Pray that we can become an adequate representative of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, to carry on the mission that He gave, that He left in our hands, and that we can also show what kind of love Srila Prabhupada had for us. I just wanted to share a quote I came across the other day, which struck me. Srila Prabhupada wrote a letter to a disciple. He said, "So far as I'm concerned, in relationship with my disciples who are so kindly cooperating with me in the matter of my rendering service to my spiritual master, for them, I'm always ready to come back from Goloka Vrindavan if they are not delivered along with me. Your ever well-wisher, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. Srila Prabhupada ki jai."
Thank you very much, Mukunda Prabhu. We have a special presentation now. Are you ready?
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vishnaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami.
Not yet. There's a presentation you'll see on the screen. Everyone can watch.
Devotees in Russia, on behalf of the devotees in Russia, on behalf of the whole Islamic Society, wanted to make an offering to each Prabhupada disciple, commemorating throughout their lives they have given to Srila Prabhupada and surrendered to Srila Prabhupada's service.
Very happy to announce to you, in case you don't know yet, about the beautiful program which is called Gift Prabhupada. And the idea of this program is to present a little murti, 55 millimeter high murti of Srila Prabhupada to all living disciples of Srila Prabhupada. There is around 2,000 of them still with us, and by giving them murti, we're giving them the chance to meet with Srila Prabhupada again. This beautiful murti is molded from the bronze, and the bronze is taken from the coins, and the coins are obtained during Sankirtana, distributing Srila Prabhupada books. In all 25 countries which Srila Prabhupada visited during his earthly sojourn, during his preaching in this world.
I think it's very kind and gracious, and I really appreciate the devotees showing their gratitude in that way. So thank you very much.
It is you that's inspiring us. Sincerely, thank you, Jai. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for this most wonderful gift. Hare Krishna.
When I first saw the murti, I was amazed how lifelike it is, and I was just so pleased by this whole idea. You have all my blessings. Hare Krishna.
So it must be some expense, I would think, quite a bit of expense, because it's so well done. Honestly, it's one of the most beautiful murtis of Srila Prabhupada that I've ever seen. There's a whole technology. This is very, very exact, very detailed. So the fact that there's been so much intention and thought in it, I'm sure it will be successful.
The amount of love from Prabhupada came through this murti. It's one thing to buy a murti or ask for a murti, but if someone gives you a murti as a gift, really this is the first murti I've ever received, the one of Prabhupada, so I took it as something so special. And I immediately ran out and got Vyasa-san and pillows and chadar, and I'll make clothes for him.
It's very small, it's easy to bathe Prabhupada,
and it's also easy for traveling, which is very important.
When somebody does something like that for you, you're humbled by the kindness and the significance of it. So I'm very grateful, and in fact, I'm so grateful that I don't know. I'm stuck trying to figure out a way how to reciprocate what I can do to show my gratitude.
I'm sure that I will get the empowerment to preach, because he only is giving me the power, and I am just his instrument, his servant. So I thank you very much for this gift. I will treasure him very much.
Many devotees can get beautiful murti of Srila Prabhupada.
So far as I'm concerned, in relationship with my disciples who are so kindly cooperating with me in the matter of my rendering service to my spiritual master, for them I am always ready to come back from Goloka Vrindavan if they are not delivered along with me. That is so, so, so encouraging. And he's got a nice pillow. Gosh, very nicely done. Thank you so very much.
A nice gift of love given by the Russian devotees to the Prabhupada disciples. It's a wonderful exchange of love. It helps strengthen our relationships.
And beautiful, meaningful photographs of the past of Prabhupada sitting alone with, frankly speaking, low-class people. We came from a very low-class background. And Prabhupada picked us up out of that and made us devotees.
I'll have him with me the whole time. And I really appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
I wish it all success. I'm sure that Srila Prabhupada and the whole Parampara will bless it.
It's probably one of the most amazing gifts I've ever received in my life.
It's a personalized gift, and I'm very appreciative for that gesture. Thank you so much.
Spasibo.
It's not working. Hare Krishna. Well, thank you so much. 1 year ago on this occasion we gave a pledge to extend these murtis to all Prabhupada's disciples, and we sought your blessings for that. And I'm happy to report that by the blessings of Srila Prabhupada and yours, we have given these murtis to over 1,500 Prabhupada's disciples to date, and still counting. And we ask your blessings to make sure that every single Prabhupada's disciple receives this murti. Thank you so much. And we give this special murti to the Museum of Srila Prabhupada, to His Holiness Janardana Maharaj, come receive. So we give this special murti to the museum for commemorating this service of Srila Prabhupada's disciples in our generation of devotees service to them. And if anyone wants to participate in this project, there is a booth just down the pathway here near the kitchen. You can get all the information from there. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Taribaksha Prabhu, 2 minutes.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Janardhan Maharaj Ji or Sutakirti Prabhu. You allow me to speak 2 minutes here. This is a special occasion, a special day with the Prabhupada's disappearance. So actually, I am from Nepal. So I joined here in 1975, this temple. So Prabhupada, up to 3 crores Nepali I don't know, the Prabhupada brought me here and this Vrindavan Dham. He make me a disciple here. He give me the Diksha, Brahman Diksha, first initiation. He make the Pujari. He told me that Aksharananda Maharaj, this boy from Nepal, you should take care of him because Nepal is very Hindu country. So he give me the Brahman initiation. I do the puja here also. Beginning, I do so many seva, this temple, because mercy of my spiritual master. My spiritual master is very merciful upon me. I never know about ISKCON. I never know Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I never know Pancha Tattva. Even I never know that Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So Prabhupada teach me everything here in Vrindavan Dham. Prabhupada give me the Vrindavan Dham here. I stay here. I live Vrindavan. Prabhupada said Vrindavan is my home. Bombay is my office. Mayapur is my worship place. So that's why I have a place here in Vrindavan. I'm taking shelter of Prabhupada and Sri Vrindavan Dham. So thank you very much for because there's no so much time. Prabhuji, Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna, thank you, Dari Bhaksha Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from one of our VEP members, Devaki Nanda Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. I am told to not say any prayer. So can we say, Srila Prabhupada ki? Yeah. Srila Prabhupada ki? Yeah. Srila Prabhupada ki? Yeah. So I was meditating what to speak today. And I was thinking about the greatness of Srila Prabhupada. There are unlimited greatness of Srila Prabhupada. But two things I felt, that his attachment to his spiritual master and words of Krishna is the greatest attachment of Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada was so attached to Krishna and different pastime of the Lord. He knew Krishna A to Z. And he gave Krishna to different devotees according to their adhikar. Other day, I was for Govardhan Puja at Govardhan, and I have a great fortune to have association of Harijan Prabhu, Giriraj Maharaj, Giridhari Maharaj, and I just felt so much close to Giriraj for first time after 50 years. So close, of course, because Giriraj Puja was going on there. But more than that, I saw the mood among all these devotees that Prabhupada has created. And I realized Prabhupada has given us everything. We don't need to look outside. We have devotees here whose association we can take and get, up to the love of Godhead. That was my realization, and that is the greatness of Srila Prabhupada. So I will only request all the devotees today that let us get in the mood of Srila Prabhupada by reading his books. His books are treasure house which can give us everything including love of God. Srila Prabhupada, he himself read his book and he asked us to distribute, which we all know. I'll just tell one small story and then I'll end up. In 76, I was with Akhyarana Swami, the temple president. I was his servant. On that time, one new book has arrived. I don't know, 7th canto or 9th canto. Srimad Bhagavatam has arrived. Prabhupada was reading that. He kept on his table and he went to bathroom. When he came back, the book was gone. Book was not there. So Prabhupada was very disappointed. And he called Akhyarana Swami, who was the president. And Prabhupada chastised him. and asked him what happened to the book. He said, Prabhupada was in my office. He said, what kind of president you are? You should know everything. So Akshanand Swami was very disturbed and almost like in tears. And Prabhupada looked at him and he smiled. He said, see, you boys and girls are going on a street to distribute my books. But I am sitting here and distributing my books. This means people like my book. So Prabhupada's book is very, very important. Dear devotees, let us read Srila Prabhupada's books and get what Prabhupada wanted to give us according to Adhikar. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Devaki Nandan Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from one of our special guests, Brajavalas Prabhu from Mayapur, TOVP, the co-director there.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada Ki. I got 2 minutes. So the first minute is I wanted to convey the gratitude. Ambrish Prabhu told me to convey his gratitude to each and every devotee here for praying for him so that he got a second chance to live to serve His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Secondly, the second minute, we are launching on this auspicious 48th disappearance. We are launching a campaign called Prabhupada 50 because we wanted to open the temple on the 50th disappearance of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. That is 2027. And we are running this campaign where you see this beautiful ring, Srila Prabhupada ring called Krishna. Yeah. Maharaj is showing this ring. So anybody who participate in this eternal engagement ring, the TOP engagement ring, please participate in this campaign, Prabhupada 50. We can all make it happen. Ambrish Prabhu is putting another 100 crores. He's matching each and every donation, whoever sponsors this Prabhupada ring. And this is almost 1 lakh of donation for a ring, and it will be matched by Ambrish Prabhu. So 2 lakh will go to the project. So please participate in this campaign, and thank you also very, very much for participating, donating again and again and again. We are coming very, very close to finishing line, and 2027 is the grandest celebration in the history of entire human race. Thank you so very much. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. We have one lady disciple of Srila Prabhupada, Haladini Mataji. Are you up here? You need a microphone.
Quick for 2 minutes. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Devan Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Paskatyade Satarine. It's a beautiful day to be present with all of you, very intelligent people. One of the most intelligent gathering in this planet, because by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, you all understand that you are eternal servant of Krishna. Yes? So this is a very good beginning. So how do we continue it? Everybody speak this morning about how to please Srila Prabhupada. And we know the heart of Srila Prabhupada. He wanted to give liberation from pain, suffering, enmity between the living beings. He wanted to give that everybody understand love, pure love for God. Because he knows when we have pure love for God, we will put everything that we do, everything that we think, everything that we give is going to be full of love and affection. This is how we conquered. We become acharyas, but before becoming acharyas, we must understand and realize what is an acharya. We have to have the realization, the deep realization that Srila Prabhupada is our eternal guru, our eternal owner. So all of you, Srila Prabhupada's disciples, my wonderful brothers and sisters, big brothers and sisters, I thank you so much. Everybody know, please worship Srila Prabhupada disciples, because he is entirely, forever, eternally indebted to them all. Just like Krishna felt so indebted to the gopis, Srimad Bhagavatam explained how Krishna felt so unable to give anything back to the gopis. Yeah? So he said, okay, be your actions of pure love for me, be your glories. Yeah? So Srila Prabhupada, like that, he from his heart, he so much appreciates every and each of his disciples. And all the devotees that are coming along, the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, knowing that nothing counts in this world but wanting, have longing, have very strong eagerness to obtain this love for God, this devotional service. Okay, so we know now we are eternal servants of Krishna. Now let's serve with this love and affection and compassion that Srila Prabhupada actually show us. Okay, so Hare Krishna, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. We have His Holiness Bhakti Brihat Bhagavat Swami Maharaj here. He was one of the ex-presidents here, Krishna Balaram Mandir, and is going to offer his homage and also a very special program he's pioneering it.
Pancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanabhyo Vaishnavabhyo Namo Namah. I just wanted to read one lecture from Srila Prabhupada, which just takes a minute or so. This is a lecture in Los Angeles, March 3rd, 1974. Srila Prabhupada says here, quote, "In this old age of 80s, when most of the people take retirement and rest on the bed, I have taken this initiative working day and night, sleeping only for 2 hours, so that when I leave this world, I could give all of you a concrete infrastructure of my dream. Not my dream, but the dream of Lord Krishna. I hope all of my disciples, contemporary and upcoming, that means for the next 10,000 years, will all take care of this legacy with their heart and soul. That's all I expect from all of you." And then Prabhupada begins to cry. And he ends with those words, as he often ends, "Thank you very much." So this legacy of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, for me personally, comes in 3 ways. One is his transcendental books. And because of the digital age media currently, people are not really reading much of those books, but still, nevertheless, it takes precedent over other things. So we began a project about 15 years ago of Srila Prabhupada's audio archives from the Bhaktivedanta archives themselves, which is a division of the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust. And we have all of the complete lectures, to be exact, 4,073. And we've been distributing that for the last almost 15 years now. And then I began another project about 3 years ago involving ISKCON television with Nishingananda Prabhu, as well as Yadubar and Madhavishaka with ISKCON cinema. And now we have Prabhupada Ultimate Video, which is 70 videos, around 58 hours or so. So I felt very strongly that these three aspects, Srila Prabhupada's books, Srila Prabhupada's Vapu, which is the video series, and Srila Prabhupada's Vani, which is Srila Prabhupada's audio, directly from the Bhaktivedanta archives. And I put efforts in it, and with a team of devotees from various places, including Madhava Prabhu for the Hare Krishna Media from Mumbai. We have that available in our booth here, which is the third booth, or whatever you call it. The booth is the word I remember, from the other end on this side. So please come and visit us there. And we've already distributed tens and thousands of these videos and audios. Please come and visit us and avail yourself of Srila Prabhupada's legacy, his Vapu and his Vani. Srila Prabhupada ki, Ananta Gauri Vaishnava Vrinda ki, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness ki, Nathai Gaur Premanande.
Hari Hari Bol. Just the other day I came back from South Africa. Maharaj was there. And I learned something new about Srila Prabhupada. When he was there in 1975, apartheid was going on. You know, I heard Prabhupada speak about being an acharya, setting the example. He went to a place where whites had their spot, blacks had their spot, the Indians had their spot, and no one was allowed to mix. And Prabhupada just went there on a passport that said, visas for all countries except South Africa, right? And he went to South Africa and he preached to everyone, even though they couldn't be together. He went there and he preached every night in a different place and invited everyone to come, black, white, colored, as they say there, everyone to come. And he didn't even mention apartheid. All he did was tell everyone to preach the cult of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Prabhupada said, everyone become acharya. But as Mataji said, you have to know what that means. Prabhupada took risks everywhere he went. And I never saw more than in South Africa. The white devotees couldn't go to the airport because they would have to pay obeisances to an Indian man. And they could be arrested for that. So preaching, not to the flock. Prabhupada went out there, everywhere, all around the world, to every continent, preaching. So all he wants us to do is follow in his footsteps, as he would always say, do as I'm doing. So it's very nice. I'm sorry for all the offenses I've made, different God brothers and God sisters, people that wanted to speak that maybe didn't get to speak today. But at any rate, we're moving forward now with Abhishek. I have one more God brother. He's been sitting here. We whittled him down to 30 seconds. I don't know what he's going to say. But we're going to let Keshi Damana, I think he can offer obeisances and then go back down.
There's no time in the spiritual world. What's all this about 30 seconds? In the spiritual world, time is the servant of Leela, not the controller. So anyway, I'll be speedy. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. I just want to say one thing to Srila Prabhupada, that I always remember one lecture wherein you state that the Supreme Lord is present before the disciple in the form of the Uttamadhikari Guru. Prabhupada gave a simile that just like the sun is in our room and we see the sunlight, the sun is present in the sunlight and we see with our eyes, so similarly we see the spiritual master by hearing. So previously Prabhupada was present before us in his Vapu and of course his Vani. Now he has unmanifest, but Prabhupada is still present before us, the Uttamadhikari. Krishna is still present within Srila Prabhupada in the form of his Vani. So this is the most important thing. Guru means teacher, teacher of the message of Godhead. So he reasons ill who says the Vaishnavas die when thou art still living in sound. The Vaishnava die to live, and in living spread the holy life around. So all of you can take shiksha directly from Srila Prabhupada in the form of his Vani, his books and his lectures. So don't feel disappointed. Every appearance, disappearance day, us Prabhupada disciples, we speak. But you should also think, I am the Shiksha disciple of Srila Prabhupada, and feel a direct connection in that way, and not feel disconnected or disappointed in any way. This is most important. So Srila Prabhupada, that would occur with him. Now to finish, in the last 30 seconds, I would like to get everyone here to repeat this prayer. It is by Das Goswami to his spiritual master, his gurus. First I'll read it in Sanskrit, then the translation in English. And then, just like in the Bhagavatam class, you will vigorously repeat the English phrase by phrase. And this will affirm your commitment to the Vani of Srila Prabhupada. It's remarkable that if we had one recording of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, we would listen to it all the time, would we not? But we don't. We don't have similarly with Bhakti Vinod. But we have 2,000 lectures by Prabhupada and an ocean of Vaishnav Katha in his books. So take advantage of that and feel the presence of your spiritual master, your Shiksha Guru, Srila Prabhupada. So here's the prayer. I'll say again the Sanskrit, then the English, then we'll repeat together. Nama Shrestram Manumapi Satsiputram Atra Swarupam Rupam Tasya Graham Urupurim Maturim Gostavatim Radhakundam Girivaram Aho Radhika Madhavasham Prapcho Yashya Prihita Kripaya Shri Gurun Tam Natosmi. I bow to the lotus feet of my spiritual master, by whose mercy I have obtained the supreme name of Krishna, the service of the son of Sachimata, the association of Swarup Damodar, Rupa Goswami and his elder brother, Sanatana Goswami, the supreme abode of Mathura, the blissful abode of Vrindavan, the divine Radha Kund, the best of hills, Govardhan, and the desire within my heart for loving service to Radha Krishna, that is Das Goswami. So now vigorously repeat. I bow to the lotus feet of my spiritual master. That's not vigorous. You've got to imagine you're on the battlefield of Kurukshetra and you're Arjuna and Bhima. Finish. I think that's Duryodhana I was just talking. I bow to the lotus feet of my spiritual master, by whose mercy I have obtained the supreme name of Krishna, the service of the son of Sachimata, the association of Swarup Damodar, Rupa Goswami and his elder brother, Sanatana Goswami, the supreme abode of Mathura, the blissful abode of Vrindavan, the divine Radha Kund, the best of hills, Govardhan, and the desire within my heart for loving service to Radha and Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Vrindavan.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Boliye!
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Yamuna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Boliye, Mukund. No, make it louder. Make it louder.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Yasomati Nandana Brajavaranagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Yasomati Nandana Brajavaranagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manohara Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manohara Kaliyadamana Vidana Malahari Navamiya Vilasa Malahari Navamiya Vilasa Vipina Purandara Navina Nakarabara Vamsi Vadana Subhasa Purandara Navina Nakarabara Vamsi Vadana Subhasa Braja Jana Palana Shurakula Nashana Braja Jana Palana Shurakula Nashana Nanda Godana Rakova Nanda Godana Rakova Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara Sundarananda Gopala Sundarananda Gopala Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Vasanahara Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Vasanahara Rasarasika Kipama Rasarasika Kipamaya Sirada Vallava Vindavana Natavara Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Boliye, boliye. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Hari Bo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Arjun. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Boliye, boliye. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So now the next program is that we're going towards the Samadhi Mandir of Srila Prabhupada. Everyone please proceed towards it, but with the kirtan. And then take prasadam. Prasadam ke. But first, Samadhi Mandir ke. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,